Can anybody hear me? I clicked start streaming like almost 2 minutes ago, and I was talking, but then I realized I hadn't clicked go live, and I think they are separate functions. So I just want to make sure I'm actually streaming at this point. But anyway, hopefully I am, because now my options are stop streaming and end broadcast. Okay, KCD2 fan says yes, we can hear you, and Redneck Zeus says sounds good, Senior Frog. So we're going to be starting off with riding our horse until we've gotten it to good old Pebbles, since we don't want to be riding an old nag. And then after that, we're going to make some fox potions. Hopefully we're going to make some high-level ones so we can get the XP gain. Then I think we're going to read some books, and then I think we're going to move on to the, the blacksmith quest line. The one that takes us to Seamine and stuff. Do you guys all think that sounds like a plan?
Quick. Quick.
Whew. My throat is a little froggy today. The weather keeps switching back and forth. It actually snowed again this morning, so that's rather unfortunate. Oh, Andrews Anglicus is here and he says, sounds good. Excellent. Actually, he says, oh, sounds cool. I probably shouldn't have spurred my horse that much. You know, the horse stamina bar thing being gone is definitely annoying. Andrew says, Jesus Christ be praised. That is a great thing to say, especially considering we are now in the Easter season. He is risen. The good news is, riding around like this, it does not take super long. Apparently I'm at the edge of the map. So where am I? This is Trotsky Castle. I rode up towards Troskovitz this way. But I was on a road, so I must have turned... Maybe I didn't leave Troskovitz? I maybe went out this road? So I'm over here somewhere, I bet. Okay. Anyway, like I was going to say, is the good thing is, it doesn't take ridiculously long to do this. It takes much longer with herring than it does with pebbles. Because pebbles upgrades at 35 kilometers, and herring is 50 kilometers. So it takes longer to get to red herring. But, I think we can manage it relatively quickly here, because we were already at probably a third of the way there when we ended the last stream, so... Ooh, what's this? What have we got here? Ooh, we've discovered Apollonia. I don't think I hit him. Redneck Zeus says, should we discuss the unfortunate news today? I mean, I don't know how much of a discussion will be, but it is news. Pope Francis has officially died at the age of 88. So the Pope is in fact dead. Yeah. I guess that's on me. I should have probably been a little bit more aggressive with the whole crossbow thing, but we're gonna be fine. Whoopsie doodle. Ouch! You got me right in the noggin. There we go. Lexi1397 says, good morning. Good morning, Lexi1397. Darius Brewster says, what's your favorite shield of the season? I have not decided. That's something I've actually thought about several times, trying to decide which one I like the most out of them. It's hard for me to say, because there are certain things I like about a couple of them. I just like the general shape and appearance. Oh man, that over-encumbered me quick. Let's put some of that on the horse, because I do not want to... Come on. Slow down our process of, you know, horse riding. There we go. Now it's like we didn't do nothing. I like the kite shield, like I said, just from a... It's possibly the best shield design. Well, heater shield, more accurately. But I like that one a lot, and of course I do like the round shields. In the first game, the cumin round shields were my go-to shield for if I was going to be using one. So, it's between them. I love the historical presence. Like, I love that the Pavis was added to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 because... historically speaking, very significant shield, especially once you're going to start using crossbows. But I do not use them in KCD2. They're great for blocking projectiles, so I guess if you find yourself in a situation where there's a lot of people shooting at you, it's great to have that full body coverage, but I'm not usually in that situation.
Come on.
KCD2 says, spring is best. IDK says, hello, good luck. Well, thank you, IDK.
Go.
As of right now, we're not really needing luck. All we're needing is, however many kilometers we need to ride. Then after that, I'll probably go to my chest and get some charcoal, because if memory serves me, that is the more obscure element of the fox potion. Everything else in there, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think it needs 2 herbs and charcoal. So, Tasman Taz says hi. Hello, Taz. Good to see you again. Welcome back.
Go.
I'm trying to find the sweet spot for streaming, so I started a little bit later today than I did last Thursday. I liked starting nice and early in the morning last Thursday because it allowed me to get some other stuff done in the second half of the day, but it seems like it did not line up with a lot of people's schedules that like to watch the streams, so that's why I put it just a little bit later today. Yeah, I definitely don't like not being able to see the horse's stamina. Like, I get that we're going for the minimal HUD and all that sort of stuff, but it does make this particular task quite a bit more challenging.
Keep it up.
Plus, I gotta get my horse ridership, horsemanship, I think it's called. I gotta get that up so I can get the perks, you know, to make it so I can spur the horse and get him to go for a while after getting all tired out. I guess in this case it would be her, because Pebbles is in fact a mare. Any of you been playing hardcore mode over the weekend? Did ya zip past where I'm at in the game? I do plan to make some quest progress today, because most of what we did in the first 2 streams was just grinding out levels and stuff, and getting armor. But in today's stream, after I do just a smidgen more stuff, like what we're doing right now, I want to actually do some of the missions.
Go.
You can check where we're at. Don't want to be riding forever. Statistics, general, distance ridden, 12.85 kilometers.
Quick.
I'm already afraid I'm not going to make it to the full 35 because I'm already getting a little bit bored. Andrews is still working on his regular mode playthrough. Where are you at in that? I assume you're getting pretty late into it.
Go.
I'm gonna ride to Takov. Get my, there's a skull on a stick there. Get my charcoal and possibly books. Well, let me get my menu, not menu, my receipt. Alright. There's my fox recipe. I'll keep that up, so that way I can, brew that one. So yes, I'll need nettle, St. John's wort, belladonna, and charcoal. So, I remembered it being an involved potion, but if you make it at Henry's level, you get an XP boost, and it helps your speech, so it's probably something that I'm going to want to, you know, have a decent supply of in this playthrough.
Whoa. Whoa.
No Oblivion today. Yeah, I know. I didn't think it was actually going to come out. I think that was a lot of people trying to, like, convince Bethesda to release it today. Not that anyone actually thought it was going to release today. Peter says, I just started hardcore with all negative a few hours ago and I already feel too OP. Had to install better combat mod. Well, that's the nice thing about having the mods, you know, already active and in use is that... I should take the stuff off my horse. Is that you can do that, you know. Alright, let's sell all the level 2 stuff and we'll put the level 3 stuff in my chest.
How can I help?
Just like we've been doing.
Show me your...
Cypri and J. Brill, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that name right, wants to know how the game is. I love the game. If you mean specifically hardcore mode, we've been having a lot of fun with it. Definitely a more challenging experience, but... Oh, I shouldn't sell that Pavis. But definitely a lot of fun. Okay, now we'll haggle.
All right. Do you accept? We're getting... I was glad to be of help to you, good sir.
I forget what I was saying. But anyway, Andrew says, just helped out Sir Ruthard, now I have to go to Malashov. Ah, I know exactly where you are in the story. Okay, let's put the level 3 stuff we've got, and that Pavis that we just picked up in there. Might as well store the torches in here for now. Alright, that's level 2, level 2, level 2. There's a level 3. Ooh, it's short chainmail. Finally, we got something other than the Saxon hauberk. Lamellar sleeves, noble brigandine legs, soft shoes. We'll keep this other level 2 stuff on us for now. But we're going to need... apparently I don't have... Oh, that's on me. I was like, I feel like I should have materials in here. So we need charcoal. We need... nettle I can get there. St. John's wort. Okay, belladonna. We'll use dried belladonna, but we'll use fresh ingredients for the other ones because we want to try getting, you know, as good as possible. Do I have any recipes? I have these recipes that I could quickly read. Could probably go ahead and work on... No, I want to save these for reading or scholarship and speech XP once I've got the fox potions. So that's what we're going to do. Wild World says, hi, just joined. Where are you in the story? We are super early in the story. We're going to be continuing the story with the blacksmithing missions today, but first we have to go brew some fox potions and work on our scholarship and speech just a smidgen. But then we're going to be doing the blacksmithing missions. So that'll take us to Seamine and all that fun stuff. Ooh, level up horsemanship. Tasman says, I has a lot of problems to start hardcore. It has some bugs or something. It's interesting. My experience so far has been fairly smooth. KCD2 fan says, can't wait when all the possible paid expansions will release for KCD2. Then it would be cool to try out hardcore mode. I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to all of the DLCs because hopefully they're going to be substantial DLCs, and I really enjoyed the additional content that they added for the first game, even if some of it was fairly limited. So I'm expecting the scope to have improved a lot for this game, and that's going to be a lot of fun. I was just looking at it on the menu before I launched the stream. The horse races are coming soon, it says on there now, as is the Brushes with Death, the painting-based DLC. Is that St. John's wort? I should pick some, if it is. No, it's not. Which one was the winter expansion? Was that the monastery one? I know there'll be some in... Well, then again, I'm probably not going to brew that many of these potions, so... The stuff that's in the garden at the alchemy place is probably going to be enough. Yeah, I agree that the monastery one, out of the ones they've announced, well, I am very excited for the smithing one, just because it helps build into the sandbox type freedom that I really, really love in games. And it's the same reason why I loved From the Ashes so much. But also, you know, it's a huge part of Henry you know, the blacksmithing thing, and so I'm definitely super duper excited for that one. But other than that, yes, the monastery one does look super interesting to me. Okay, let's grab some nettles. If there are some over here, there should be. It's marigold. I know there's nettles up here. I feel like there's usually some along that fence. Because we have our dried belladonna. Alright, where are you, nettles? I feel like there's usually more than that up here, but I'll just go alongside a building. Row877 says, will you play the Oblivion remaster on YouTube? I will certainly get the Oblivion remaster, because, as I said in the last stream, I loved the first game, and I will play it a bunch. I have not yet decided if I'll be making YouTube content for it. It's possible, because, you know, I do quite enjoy that game, and it's been so long that I feel like people might actually watch it. A lot of times with remasters and remakes and stuff like that, I don't actually, even if I play them, I don't do it on YouTube because there just aren't people interested in playing a 20-year-old game or whatever it is, you know? But this one was quite a while ago, and I feel like there are a lot of people out there who loved Skyrim but never played Oblivion because, you know, that's just a fact. Skyrim sold like 10 times as many copies as Oblivion did. So there are bound to be plenty of people out there that are super interested in the Elder Scrolls now, but have never played Oblivion because it was before their time. So I think there's a good chance that I'll end up playing it on YouTube. I don't know if I'll stream it. I haven't decided that for sure. Alright, well, I'm not seeing any St. John's wort in here. I think I remember some being in the field outside of the tavern. Kind of weird that they wouldn't have some in here. Jorma Hakuli says some negative perks should be more painful, like Picky Eater. I don't myself see any real effect of that perk. Well, food spoils a little bit faster in your inventory. That's the only one I've really noticed. I remember there being St. John's wort somewhere over here. I remember it being yellow too, but I'm for some reason forgetting exactly what it looked like. Tasman says, I try Oblivion, but I don't like it. I'm always on the Gothic side. That's fair. They did say that the combat system is going to be very different. They said it's going to be Dark Souls inspired, which I don't know exactly what that means. I mean, I know what Dark Souls is, but what I mean is I don't know what that will mean practically speaking, because I'm not sure which team, like who specifically is working on the Oblivion remake or worked on it, and so therefore I don't know how they will interpret a Dark Souls type combat system in Oblivion. Obviously it won't be exactly like it because most of Dark Souls combat is just dodging and rolling. I assume what they mean is that there's going to be timed parries and stuff like that. Where is some St. John's wort? I don't want to have to buy it. I don't have that much money to start with, and I feel like that's such a stupid waste. Wormwood. Do I have to go in the woods to find St. John's wort? KCD2 fan hopes that Warhorse will add new armor types and weapon types in the smithing DLC. I would hope that we're going to get some added variety. It would be weird if it didn't. I mean, at the very least, it will almost certainly give us a lot more smithing sketches. You know, things that we can actually smith that we can't currently in the game. But I would hope that it will actually add some variety of some sort. Even if it's just like one special suit of armor or... I mean, we can't smith armor yet, so there's actually no reason to believe we're going to gain the ability to smith armor other than the fact that there is a level 4 piece of armor, the Brigandine, that you can find in Sigismund's camp. Wild World says, oh god, please, not Dark Souls combat. Like I said, I assume they're just using that as a buzzword because of how popular Elden Ring was. That's what they're going for. I seriously doubt it's actually going to be Dark Souls combat. I assume it just means like I said, it's going to be more complex than Elder Scrolls combat typically is, because if any of you have played Skyrim, which I'm going to go ahead and assume that you probably have, considering it's one of the most popular single-player games of all time, the combat is, like, the worst part of that game. There's a reason why everybody is a stealth archer. It's because archery is, like, the only fun form of combat in Skyrim. The melee combat is so basic hack and flash, it's just a floating arm simulator where you're kind of flailing weapons back and forth. It never feels like you're actually doing anything. And the magic sucks really bad. So I assume what they mean is that they're likely going to put a little bit more weight into the combat. That's basically how I interpret that. Look, an abandoned camp. I should check that sack. There's food. There's an ordinary dye. I could take that. I guess I could take some dried beef. I don't want to, though. Ooh, is this a sack? I mean, it's definitely a sack, but can I open it? It appears not. Got 33 groschen, though. That's nice. Yuvi says, Henry's Fox and Bane are OP and they make the early game into an alchemy grind. Well, that's what I'm working on right now, is to make some Fox. Not really to use constantly, just because I want to power level as much as I can some speech and scholarship XP, and I'm going to need it, so. Rose says, yes, honey is so OP. Definitely. It definitely is. It is a... I mean, if you don't want to have to micromanage your food management in the game, honey is definitely the way to go. I mean, you can stockpile dried meat, and that will work really, really well, too, because it doesn't weigh that much, provides you a pretty solid nutrition, and lasts a really long time. But honey never expires, and, you know, you can get it relatively easy, because there's beehives all over the place. Oh, KCD2 fan comments. I was like, everyone in the chat's talking about something, but I must have missed it. KCD2 fan pointed out that Luke Dale's live stream feels like he's playing the game for the very first time. And then everybody's saying, you know, his streams are very entertaining and his fan engagement is awesome. Yeah, he's like we said last time. He's an entertainer and he's a very sociable person, so his streams are very entertaining. But you can tell, gaming is not his main activity, which, you know, he's a voice actor who travels all around the world and does stuff like that. So that's really not that surprising for most of us. But I think there's the, not really stigma, but kind of built-in bias that you think of people who play Kingdom Come Deliverance, and by extension KCD2, as a more hardcore sect of gamers. Just in case anyone's wondering where to get honey, all of these are beehives. Those over there are beehives. If you go to the Troskovitz area, you can pick up a ton of honey. Not every one of these beehives will have honey in it, but quite a few of them do. And it's possible that I already emptied these ones recently, so. Well, I am clearly not going to find any St. John's worts in the way that I've been doing, so I guess I'm just going to go to the Alchemist and buy some. I had dried stuff in my inventory. If I'd have thought that I couldn't find any in the Troskovitz area, I probably would have brought some dried stuff with me.
I'll have a look.
All right. Let's get... Oh, this is all dried anyway. Oh my god, that's annoying. How many St. John? At least I only need one, so I could do 6 potions right away with this. Man, that's annoying.
Word about the price.
Good.
How's the...
That's
Do we have a deal?
absolute. See, I can.
Tried at the same price. Alright, Wild World. No, not Wild World. Darius Brewster says there's St. John's wort by the graveyard if you turn around. Yuvi says, poor Luke, he got 60 suggestions of ways to break the game before he learned how to play it. That's the type of audience he has. Well, but that's what I'm saying, is it's the people who play Kingdom Come Deliverance. Okay, this is the graveyard, so I have to go past the butchers. Alright, I will take your word for it. I'll ride my horse, though. Kingdom Come Deliverance is it's got a specific audience, you know, more hardcore gamers, so they're gonna give you more hardcore solutions, I guess.
Quick!
KCD2 fan says, but man, the PC that Luke Dale got was insanely cool looking. I saw the thumbnail for it. It looked like a decently high-end pre-built with an all-in-one water cooling system. I'm sure it's probably quite a nice PC. Typically, companies advertising their gaming PCs don't send the low-end ones, so it's probably a very expensive, very cool model. All right, well, I'm by the graveyard. Where's the St. John's Wort? It's behind the graveyard. There's a little patch. Oh, on the outside of the wall? Roger, roger. Really, you're not going to let me jump over that little wall? Huh, that's annoying. Wild World says, I think if KCD wasn't historical, it wouldn't appeal to me. I mean, it's hard for me to say. I do play fantasy games relatively frequently enough, or ones that are just super loose. There's some St. John's Wort. Super loosely, you know, based on historical type topics. So I'd probably still be a fan, but the historical authenticity is definitely the thing that hooked me the most early on in KCD, well, the first one's development cycle, just because I really love that. You know, I love history, especially medieval history, and it's so much fun to be able to play a game that leans into that as heavily as this one does. Wild World also says, it's kind of funny, KCD 1 and 2 are in my top 3 games of all time, but any game with a difficulty slider I usually play on easy. I do not typically play a game if it's got a slider, I don't typically play it any lower than normal. But usually what happens is I'll start at normal, and once I've figured out the game, I'll then slide it up, depending on, you know, how my experience in normal mode was. I never like to start on easy at all. I've only ever used easy mode or whatever like that in a game if I'm trying to figure out an exploit or a fast way to do something for a video or something like that. Where's my horse? There it is. So like The Witcher 3 is a great example. There's a bunch of different difficulty modes on that one. My first playthrough in the game was, I think, mostly in normal, but before I got to the end of the playthrough, I ended up sliding it up. And now I always start off the game in the absolute hardest mode, just because once I know how to play the game, you know, I've learned all the basic systems, I've learned the menu navigation, I've learned when to use what things or whatever. I want the experience to be as thorough as possible, and I find that if the difficulty is set higher, typically it makes me play in a more deliberate manner.
Whoa, whoa.
Tasman says, it can't be too accurate, it's a game, it must be fun first. I agree. It's the same thing I say about movies. So, I love historical movies, but I also like entertaining movies. And so, if you take two similar movies, like I've compared before, Wyatt Earp and Tombstone. They came out around the same time. Tombstone is an action movie that plays really heavy into the myth. Wyatt Earp is supposed to be more accurate. It's got some historical flaws in and of itself, but, you know, for the most part, it is arguably more accurate than Tombstone. However, Tombstone is a much better movie. It's not even close. Tombstone is one of my favorite westerns of all time. Wyatt Earp doesn't break the top 100. Like, that's just the way it goes. Same thing for Braveheart. Braveheart, super historically inaccurate. Really, really bad way to learn that chunk of history. Very entertaining movie, though, you know? And that's the thing. It does have to be entertaining if you want people to watch it. Alright, so we're going to make some fox. Oh, I was like, why won't it let me look over? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start off with oil as our base. KCD2 fan says the combos are better in KCD2. Andrew says, I'll be your Huckleberry. I'm in my prime. Every time I cough really bad or whatever, someone will be like, you alright? And I'll be like, I'm in my prime. And very few people ever understand that. Alright, so we need 1 St. John's wort, and we have to grind it. And nettles. We have to grind that and the nettles. So we'll grind our St. John's wort. Lexi's pointing out, don't forget to like and subscribe. She is correct. Definitely like and subscribe. JH says, if you like Tombstone, definitely watch the Lonesome Dove series. I have, and I also love Lonesome Dove. That's Robert Duvall and Tommy Lee Jones. Absolutely love them. Alright, St. John's wort and the nettles. So we also need 1 nettle. We'll grind that right away. Dan, the D-Law84 says, I love the old Clint Eastwood movies. I like quite a few of them. I like the Dollars trilogy. My favorite one is The Outlaw Josie Wales. I absolutely love that one. High Plains Drifter was alright. Don't really like Unforgiven that much. Outlaw Josie Wales is my favorite one by far, though, for Clint Eastwood. Grind the St. John's wort and the nettles. Add them to the cauldron and boil for 2 turns. Have you played Red Dead Redemption? Hells yeah, I have. I absolutely love both Red Dead 1 and 2. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000, 9 1,000, 10 1,000, 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000, 9 1,000, 10 1,000. I'll move that up. And now we'll grind the charcoal and add that to the cauldron. KCD2 fan says, Blight Survival will be such a cool medieval fantasy style game, but it's sad that some people think that it's fake. I mean, we haven't seen too much from it yet. I absolutely want it to be real. Until I'm able to play it, though, I can neither confirm nor deny it. So we ground the charcoal, we'll add to the cauldron. And now we'll add the belladonna, which we have dried belladonna, and then we boil for 1 turn, and then we pour. So, 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000, 9 1,000, 10 1,000. And we'll pour it hot. We'll see if we got Henry's level fox. Strong fox!
I should have taken it off the fire a bit sooner.
I think they must have patched that, so pouring it hot always does that, because it used to work for me. But let's leave and see what our effects of the strong one is. Shakespeare's Buddy says, have you found any traders that sell cobwebs? I found 50 in a chest at the South of Trotsky map, but haven't seen any at Trader Shop. I think I mostly just kept finding them in chests. Eventually I had a couple hundred of them saved up in my chest. Alright, let's see what we get for strong fox. Increases speech by 5 and increases your reading speed for a day. Okay, well, we need Henry's level to get it to the XP gain, so we're going to try that again. So, I guess we'll just, start off. I'll follow the tips that I've been given here quick. So, charcoal, belladonna, nettle, St. John's wort. Alright, so we'll start with the oil again. This time we'll grind the stuff at once. Alright, Andrew says, if you grind the charcoal, then put it on a dish. Add the belladonna to the dish. Then throw them in. That's your 20 seconds. Oh, I get it. You mean after I've put the first things in. Alright, I'll give her a try. I'll give her a try. Yes, cobwebs are for the quick finger potion. So, we'll start with the St. John's wort and the nettles. I'm going to see if I can do this as efficiently as you guys are saying. So, St. John's wort and nettles. We'll grind those at the same time. We drop this in. Then according to Andrew Doran, we're going to drop this down, we're going to grind our charcoal, we're going to put it in the dish, we'll add the belladonna to the dish, and then throw them in, and that'll be 20 seconds. So let's lower that down. Gonna grind the charcoal. And we're going to jump the charcoal in the dish. Then we're going to add the belladonna to the dish. And that should be 20 seconds. So we'll pick our cauldron up now. And then we will add the belladonna and the charcoal to the cauldron. And then we're going to boil it for 1 turn. This time I'm not going to try pouring hot. And I'll even use the sand glass, just to prove that we're doing it correctly. Jean Cartier says, hey everyone. Hello, Jean. Alright, we're going to lift our cauldron up. Grab the file. And now we'll pour it. Let's see if we got Henry level. Henry's Fox, look at that. Alright. Excellent. I know, Andrew Doran, I used to do that, but it seems like since I started playing hardcore mode, if I try to pour hot, it always tells me that I left it on too long for the last one. Oh, and we got 4 potions for it. So increases speech by 7, increases reading speed, and increases the amount of experience gained by 50% for 2 days. So we're going to go ahead and drink one of those, and we're going to brew a couple more. So. Let's get our charcoal, dried belladonna, nettle, St. John's wort. We'll have to see how effectively we can do this if I can remember the whole process. So we'll take our St. John's wort, put it in our mortar. Take our nettle, put it in our mortar. I should probably add oil to the pot, though. Now we'll grind our first step. Drop it in. We're going to lower down the cauldron. Now we're going to grind our charcoal. This feels like a process I can get behind. Alright. Grind her up. That last one worked for getting Henry's, and that's all that matters, because I feel like we're only going to save a couple seconds difference by pouring it hot, so we might as well just go with what's safe. So we can actually get the Henry's level, because we need that for the extra XP. We'll drop this in. Now we pick up our cauldron. Now we drop this in. Especially because we get 4 when we do it too, so. We'll move it down. We'll flip our sand glass. We'll pick it up. Yeah, like I said, I always used to do the last step. Instead of picking it up, I just pour it hot. But every time I've tried that so far in hardcore mode, it's just, it's told me that I boiled it too long at the last second, even if I started 8 seconds instead of 10. Look at that. And we're getting extra XP because of the fact that we popped that fox. So we'll do a couple more of those while we're in here. So there's oil. UV says there's a lot of missed opportunity with crafting. 2 different times. You give Hans a sword, no matter how good the sword you made him, he will not comment on it. I know, I agree. I feel like that definitely should have been something that they put more work into. Jorma Hakuli says, speaking about superfoods, don't forget sauerkraut. That's true. Sauerkraut's another one that lasts a good long time, gives you lots of nourishment. And what's the other? There's a perk that you get with sauerkraut too. I don't remember what it is though. You'd think it would improve your charisma because they'd be like, damn, he likes sauerkraut? What a cool guy. I love sauerkraut. If I go to like a barbecue / cookout of some sort and they've got brats but they don't have sauerkraut, I always ask them like, what the hell are you trying to do? Kill everyone here? Can't eat a brat without sauerkraut. First of all, the Germans will kill you. Second of all, your brat's going to taste like crap. Alright, let's pick up our cauldron. Take our charcoal and our belladonna, throw it in there. Drop her down. Good thing is, since I get 4 of these each time, I feel like I'm not going to have to do it too much. Shakespeare says, Janish's sausages are my favorite late game. That and Sigismund's sausages. Peppa's sauerkraut is the one. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Wow, you level up fast doing this. Charcoal, belladonna, nettle, St. John's wort. Oil. Plus, if we're following these this recipe that we've gotten here, it's probably about the most efficient way you can do this. Because it feels like, considering we're going for Henry level, it's not taking us very long to get each potion. Drop that in the pot. Maybe I'll just go until I get my alchemy to level 20, and then I'll go read my books. Alright, let's grind our charcoal. I kinda wish, spoiler, Sigismund made a special comment or something if you'd stolen the sausages before the meeting. Yeah, that'd be funny, like if he was yelling at them, cut for his camp being robbed or something like that. Like they couldn't even keep it safe. I always hope to see details like that in games like this. Alright, UV says, Peppa sauerkraut doesn't weigh anything and heal you valuable in the early game. Marigold potions take longer to heal. Shoving Peppa sauerkraut can save your game. Redneck Zeus says, kraut and stone ground browned mustard is the only way to eat brats. I can do it. Like I said, sauerkraut is the bare minimum. If you don't have sauerkraut, raw onions will do on a brat. I definitely agree on stone ground mustard. It doesn't have to be brown, but stone ground, especially a spicy brown, is the way to go that way, especially with brats. It just pairs so well. Yeah, we made it to 20. I'll make one more, because it feels like I level up every time I do this, which feels like that XP is too good to miss out on. Tasman says, my Henry is alive on dry meat. That's probably the thing I eat most often, even though I'm aware that the sauerkraut and the honey and everything are great survival rations. Like I said, a tiny little bit of hunting can stock you up on dry meat for a long time. Alright, move that down. I think this is going to be the last one I do for now, because I just want to do something other than alchemy. I don't, like I said, I like the alchemy system well enough, but it's not what I want to do 24/7 in Kingdom Come Deliverance. Plus I want to go read my books, see if I can get my speech and my scholarship up. UV says, picky negative perk makes hunting less viable because you get about a third of the meat. Wait for him to hunt something. Yeah, I've done that already in the last stream and showed, yeah, you do get way less. But still, you know, if you hunt a herd of deer or whatever, that's still a lot of meat at the end of it. Especially once you get the perk where you start getting, like, loins and stuff like that. It's definitely a lot less fast than it used to be without that perk, but it's still perfectly viable in my opinion. Alright, I feel like that's definitely a, enough fox potions. Oh, we didn't level up that time. Alright. Let's check and see where we got. I mean, what we got. Ooh, we leveled up Vitality, too. Revenant 2. Slowly recover up to 75, or Hermes Haste. Hermes Haste, I feel like. Alright. Alchemy. Got that up to level 20. So, special... Oops. Special powder. When using ammunition powder of your own making. I don't really make mine too much. For each potion or alcohol effect that is active on you at a time, your vitality increases by 2. Water of Life healing potions heal you 25% faster. That's obviously a great one. You can poison more arrows from a single dose. That one's useful when you're doing poison. Bring potions, your energy. Purple haze. That way I can stack them and get even more effective. Alright. And we've still got a lot of effect left from our fox that we already took. Vagan Macarian, who prefers to just go by his first name, says, hello everyone. Hello, Vagan. Yuvi says, there are insane things you can do. I played a speed game in which Henry does not sleep at all and spend up to 2 days in each map. To do so, Henry is always drunk on moonshine. I don't drink as much. In my first playthrough, I made sure to max out the drinking skill. But, like, the effects of getting addicted to alcohol were really annoying. So I feel like if you want to do it responsibly, you just have to make sure you take, you drink a couple moonshine a day, like 1 or 2. But that's it, just so you're constantly getting the XP. But not getting yourself hammered drunk all the time. I know that the perks of never having to sleep are nice, especially now with the somnambulant negative perk, but still.
Go. Come on.
Pebbles, you crappy old horse. Till Pebbles gets leveled up, it's just so annoying. Tasman says, there is 2 perks of Gu, one in Alchemy and one in Bow. I wonder if freeing the Dry Devil will change if I have these 2 perks. Could just be a honey addict instead. Could be. Alright, Jorma says they have changed the negative alcohol debuff. It doesn't come that easy after this latest patch. Well, that's good. Alright, let's take our books out so we can read them and get some XP and learn how to be scholars. Let's sit down. Do cook gunshots drunk. Do save the game first. Oh, what? So we can blow it up? I did that in my first playthrough. Alright, let's learn these sketches first. And then we'll read our lore books. Well, we're not actually going to read them. I'm just going to flip through the pages. Unless you guys want me to read them. Look at that. We got our speech leveled up already. See, this is what I wanted. I wanted to power level. Because we need speech. Well, scholarship we leveled up. Darius Brewster asks, is Ranyek's bow the best? It's one of the best for sure. There are more powerful bows than Ranyek's bow, but Ranyek's bow is one of the top 5 most powerful ones you can get in the game, and it also draws really fast. So, it's pretty effective, especially if you pair it with black arrows. Alright, let's check and see. Horsemanship, drinking and alcoholism, vitality, scholarship. We should probably start with scholarship. Most faithful friend is for dogs. Alchemy is alchemy. Craftsmanship for skilled hands. Heavy weapons. Pole arms. Speech. Alright, we'll start with the scholarship ones. Actually, I should probably... Jean Cartier says, we get enough of reading from your second channel. That's true. Do you need to flip the pages or just open the book for full XP? I assume it's just open the book, but it's a habit I have of just flipping them all. Alright. Jack of all trades. Scholarship. Fundamentals of law or medicine? Law it is. Ooh, I probably should have done contemplative because I'm going to be reading. Yeah. I'll do that the next time I level that one up. Alright, we'll start with master studies. Good, it'll only take me... That's the other thing about the Fox is that we can read books so much faster. Scholarship 13. Nice. This one was dog handling. Yeah, we'll do Master's Studies 2. Now we'll do... This one was speech, right? Yeah. Alright. Now we'll level up those perks that we just did. So scholarship, we'll do contemplative. Contemplative. Speech, we didn't get another point in yet, though. Alright, now we might as well just start from the top and read down. See? This is how we burn through levels. Alright, let's go and we'll... Drinking we leveled up. So that one's the one that makes us get less likely to get injured from falling. St. Vivian's Grace. Horsemanship. Off-road, Roadrunner's probably the better one, but Ride Like the Wind. Ride Like the Wind. Scholarship. Hey, there we go. The wonders ones. I mean, the fundamentals ones are super important and good to have, but these ones will make us level things up faster. Alright, we'll start with beasts, and then we'll do nature next. I've gotten multiple different endings now, from at least from how your parents judge you. My very first playthrough, I got a pretty positive ending, because basically I made sure nobody died and all that sort of stuff. But the last one that I just got, when I finished that playthrough that I had open for a while there the other day, that one definitely, they didn't make me feel so good about my choices in that. Let's just put it that way. Alright. Agility, sword... Oh man, I can't focus on reading anymore right now. They just told Henry he was like Istvan in the ending I got. That's the most recent one I got too. Alright, what time is it? Okay, good. So I can take the books that I've gotten here. And as well as the ones that I've already read, and now I can take them and go sell them. Can I? Of course I can't mount it because I'm just a smidgen overloaded. Oh, and I can also sell these clothing items once I get back there. I should have done that before. That's okay. The riding back and forth is important because I still have not, you know, leveled up Pebbles yet. I was going to do that at the beginning of the stream, but riding around for, whatever, 25 kilometers or whatever felt like a not-so-fun way to start the stream. Weatherman says I had a positive ending except for being called a dirty thief. Tasman says I steal only one thing from non-enemies. And Dad says I'm a thief and murderer and left me. Hey look, it's the Riddle Man. Alright, I'll talk to you. Oh, I was pressing E instead of X.
Come on, don't be shy. I won't bite.
That's a relief. What were you going to offer me?
Curiosity killed the cat. No shame in that, though. They call me Barley.
You have a peculiar name.
If I were ordinary, well, that's just another way of saying boring. And boring's not for me. So I wander the roads collecting my riddles, and if I meet anyone I find interesting, I'll happily work a riddle on them.
QZY says, is this towards the end of the game? No, I'm still way at the beginning.
A riddle? Very well.
Yes, Erie V23. It's 35 kilometers total, but in the last stream I rode around like 9 kilometers.
You alone, but it's used more often by others.
My name... I know that one. That one's easy.
My name.
That's right. You have a learned head on those shoulders. More's the pity. I can... What?
Alright. Let's just learn what he knows. Taverns, I suppose. Yay, I improved drinking. Alright. Yuvi says nowhere. We are early game. The Riddler shows up all the way to the end with his riddles. Yeah, he's one of the random encounters that will continue to show up. I'll stop at the clothing store first and sell the extra clothing I've got on me. But then we'll go over to the scribe and sell our books. Is that just an unaccompanied horse? Nothing to see here, pal. Apparently that did not kill the horse. Let me try again. Whoopsie doodle. There we go. And we leveled up. Alright, let's see what he's got. Farmer's horseshoes, the Moglin saddle, noseband bridle, some horse meat, and a horse hide. Not bad. Call PETA! It's probably not necessary.
Go!
A-M-M-M? What's am?
Quick!
We already have good horseshoes on this horsey. We got it from a different horse that we did a similar thing to.
Go!
We'll dry that horse meat at the drying rack by the Alchemy place too. It'll be nice if they update the ability to steal the saddle without killing the horse. Yeah, I know, I thought that was a weird choice that you have to butcher a horse now to get their tack. Strange. Doesn't bother me too much, but it's definitely a weird choice. Alright, let's take that stuff off the horsey. Yeah, see, we already have nobleman's horseshoes. Look, if it isn't the bailiff. Oh yeah, whenever I come across horses that look somewhat nice on the side of the road or whatever, I take them out, because a lot of times they've got valuable tack on them. Sometimes it's relatively close to being unique tack, you know. It's usually not. You can usually buy it somewhere, but it's scattered all around at a bunch of different stores. So let's sell our...
What do you need?
Trade.
Show me.
Alright. Sell the extra clothing we got off those bandits way at the beginning of the stream.
I'd like to do. Alright.
We should definitely be doing this so we can be getting that extra speech XP from using our
I'm glad you
fox potions. Now we'll go over to the scribe.
But what do they say? Pay and you shall be forgiven.
Oh no, yeah, you don't have to butcher the horse to get it, but you have to kill them. And since you have to do that, I figure I might as well do that and then just dry some horse meat and sell a horse hide. Alright, we don't have an indulgence to pay, so that's always good.
What would you like?
Alright, let's trade and sell all of our... this is me, yes. Let's sell all of our books that we've already read and see how much money we can get back. As well as the Brunswick's maps, since he is the one that told us about them.
I'd like to discuss. Well, is this? We're nearly. Fine. I was glad to be.
640 groschen. What are we at for groschen now? 3,300. We're definitely getting rich. Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. When you come across the nobleman riding along the side of the road, a lot of times if you kill their horse, you can get some good stuff. Here we go. Dry all that stuff. Leveled up our survival. See? We're getting XP all over the place. Now... Oh yeah, I could sell some other stuff.
All up.
Alright, we can sell this. Battle coif. These are stolen, so I don't want to try selling them. We could sell our strong fox, though. And keep all that stuff. That'll do for now. We're light enough that we can go.
Das Mo. Why? Danke und viel Glück für die Zukunft.
UV said, let's be real, to level up Henry and Scouts, we punched the cows, sheep, and some dogs to death, and that is a nice playthrough. Oh yeah, I played one playthrough of Kingdom Come Deliverance, where I just rushed through the tutorial really quickly and got out of Scouts as fast as possible. But pretty much in the rest of them, yeah, I did the constant animal abuse to level up as many things as I could that way. I stole everything, lockpicked everything, what else? All the combat skills I could level up, killed basically everybody, and then stored all of the stuff I could find in one of the chests. I think it was the one up at Henry's parents' house. And that way you could come back and get all your stuff, get all your money, and you leave relatively well leveled up. Did you get the Groshen by the archery range at Trosky Castle? No, I didn't, because remember we were distracted when we went to the archery range, because we robbed his chest and ended up getting 20,000 Groshen from it, which distracted me. So, I have not gone and collected the stuff up by the cliff. We should see if we have any damaged armor and stuff that I can level up my craftsmanship before I start this mission here.
Whoa, whoa.
Alright, let's drop off. Player, let's drop off. What do we have on us? Okay, those three things. We'll leave that on. Probably don't need these materials on us. Ordinary dye, tin badge, horse hide. Alright, let's check and see what we've got in here that can be repaired. Okay, that one shield that we picked up. Okay, and then a couple pieces of armor. Kind of lame, but... Oh, we got our craftsmanship up again. And there's our main level, so we can bring that up again. Alright. Local hero, burger, memorable. Nightcrawler was at nighttime. You get +2 bonus to strength, agility, and vitality. And we get a stealth bonus. That's probably fairly useful. We'll do that one because we already have such a stealth hit on this with our negative perks. Craftsmanship. Whoopsie doodle. Hardened steel. That one is definitely pretty useful. Gain, if you get your gear repaired by a craftsman, you'll gain a little experience in craftsmanship. That one is useful for leveling it up, but we only have 10 levels to go. I'll stick with this one, that way we can forge ourselves a nice sword. I don't know crafting. What do we have so far for schematics? I could craft a common longsword. Brunswick's poleaxe, we haven't crafted that yet. There's that bugged gunpowder recipe we got from using that janky, string name change delete me. For using that sketchy recipe we got for the Savior Schnapps in our last stream. Alright. Jean Cartier says, I hope KCD3, there's an option at the beginning of the game that lets you say that you married to Rosa. I'm willing to bet they're not, because for that to happen, we would have needed to be legitimized or at least knighted and acknowledged in this game. Because remember, you don't have to be legitimized as a bastard to become, to raise to a higher status. That is what you need to do if you want to have any chance of inheriting from your illegitimate father. That is not a necessary stage to climbing the social ladder in the medieval period. There's a lot of people that are very confused about that. They're separate. Yes, it's probably the easiest thing to do, because if you're a noble in good standing with the king, and you have a bastard son that you would like to legitimize, it would be not very hard to get the king to sign a little piece of paper, proclamation, legitimizing your bastard as your son. So yes, that would be an easy thing to do for Radzig, since him and Wenceslaus are friends, but it's certainly not the only way Henry could advance socially. A lot of people commented that on my video, and they clearly have no idea what they're talking about. Alright. QZY says there's 20,000 groschen up for the taking this early. Yeah, it was from a mod. We have a mod installed that increases the traders' available inventory so that we can actually sell things to them. But basically, for roleplay reasons, that means that we cannot rob the traders' chests, because if we do, we're stealing too much money, and that's going to offset the balance in the game. So after I picked it up and we realized what it was, I just dropped it in the woods. All right. Henry can marry Teresa. Marrying Rosa might not be possible for him. That's what I'm saying, yeah. The whole social status thing would have needed to happen before any sort of marriage to Rosa. So I would say out of all the options for maybe you having something at the beginning of KCD3, that one is the least likely. Vagan Macarian says they should have done it without the king. He could certainly be knighted without the king. He does not need to be legitimized to be knighted. And that's another thing that people seemed really confused about in my video. That's not a requirement. Being a noble first and being knighted, being of noble blood was not a requirement. Battlefield promotions happened. And aside from that, there were separate orders of knighthood that literally anybody could join. And as long as you followed the standards within that order to do what it took to get knighted, you would be knighted. And that order of knighthood was granted its authority, usually through papal bulls. So they were under papal authority in that instance. But it was just as much a knight as anyone else. Now, a lot of times those ones also came with vows of chastity. So, you know, it wasn't meant to be a hereditary title at that point. You were of an order of knighthood. But he could easily be a knight through a bunch of different ways. QZY says, couldn't Henry be legitimized due to his heroic deeds? So for him to be legitimized as the son of Radzig Kobyla, as far as I know at this time, at least in Bohemia, it would require a royal decree. Like I said, it doesn't require a whole lot of anything else, but for him to be legitimized that way, a royal decree is not necessary for him to be knighted. They're different things. They're not the same thing. Vagan said, Luke Dale hinted on his second to last stream several times that Henry's knighthood could happen. That'd be cool. Anyway, I should figure out what we were doing. We have to sleep before we can read some more, and I would like to read the rest of these books before we do the quest. So let's see if we can actually stay in our bed. We'll sleep a full 12 so we can get solid reading again after this. And we did not manage to stay in our bed. But we're right outside of town? Oh, cool. So we did not go very far. I mean, I feel like there's probably enough people that have been asking about, you know, why has that not even been a thing that came up for Henry yet? That maybe Warhorse is like, yeah, we should maybe do something about that. Alright, now let's read the rest of our books. We should have slept enough that we should be able to now. Oh wait, did we still have Fox active? I want to make sure we do that first. Okay, good. Yuvi says, only if Henry is knighted, he ends up in the Hussite rebellion on the rebels' side in a horrible war. JH says, why does it kick you out of your bed when you sleep? Is that a bug? No, it's one of the negative perks. It's called somnambulant. It's where Henry sleepwalks a lot of the times where you go to sleep. Alright. As far as the Hussite wars go, there were knights and nobles on both sides of the Hussite war. It wasn't all knights and nobles against a bunch of peasants. There were people involved on both sides. Alright, so Explorer, we get the whole map, so that one's fun. Wonders of Nature will help us improve the skills of survival and alchemy. So, we want that one. Yorma Hakul said, the Sleepwalk perk is actually quite fun. It's definitely one of the more impactful ones. You notice it a lot. Whoops. Alright, we're unfortunately out of books now, but we definitely made a lot of progress through reading all of those. Alright, so player. Scholarship. Fundamentals of medicine allows us to heal more effectively. That one is useful. Theology, you'll be able to pray at shrines, crosses, and similar places. If you do so, you will receive a buff that can protect you from mortal injury in combat and restore 25% of your health. The effect lasts for 12 game hours or until you use it, so that one's definitely very useful to have. Fundamentals of law helps us talk our way out of getting arrested, which is one of the ones I always go for. Explorer is also super useful. We're going to start with fundamentals of theology, so that way we're able to, you know, pray at shrines. Alright, other one. If you fight with a short sword, you cause bleeding with a saber attack. You know how to make good use of this and deal 15% more crushing with hunting swords. Tendon slicer. Alright. What do we need for that longsword? We were going to make a common longsword. We need iron, coin sword pommel, ordinary sword guard, pigskin, and steel. Let's see if we have all of those things. Of course, before we do that, we should probably brew some, let me get that recipe up. Alright, KCD2 stuff. Potion recipes. We need quick finger. So for that we need Eyebright, Valerian, and Cobweb. Let's see if we have any Cobweb. We don't have any Cobweb. I mean, we have... Do we have any regular quick finger potion? No, we do not. Should put most of these away because we probably don't need that many of them in our inventories, considering they last 2 in-game days. Alright, those books we've got. Well, we could probably buy a quick... Oh, we don't need those in our inventory either, weighing us down. We could probably go buy a quick finger potion from the alchemist in... Oh, I put this Pavis away too. Here we are running around with all this extra weight on ourselves. Oh, there's soft shoes. We didn't repair those. Alright. I haven't really started all my thievery too much yet. We've done a little bit here and there just to level up a bit. Especially in lockpicking. But that's where I typically get all my cobwebs, is from constantly opening chests. So, I'm going to need to do that at some point. Because if we want Henry's quick finger, we need cobwebs. UV says, at some point you get to where you ambush the group holding the dry devil with a cart blocking the road. Kubianka will propose to put shooters on the cart like a mobile fortress. Yes, that is a tactic from the Hussite Wars. That is a Jan Žižka, something he's quite famous for in real life.
Quick!
Because basically it's kind of like inventing a proto-tank.
Come on.
Hey, we level up horsemanship.
Go.
The blacksmith sells quick finger. I think the alchemist does too. What I'd like is... Oh, but then again, the alchemist might sell cobwebs. I'm not sure.
Keep it up.
We shall have to find out. Will you reload if you get branded? Oh, speaking of which, I should probably save. I don't think I've saved yet in this stream. Thanks for that reminder. I've just been avoiding getting branded as well as I can. But let's save quick. Thanks for that reminder. I feel like, yeah, we've been streaming for almost an hour and 20 minutes already and I hadn't saved. That would have been really annoying. Alright, let's trade. So, does he have quick finger? Doesn't have quick finger. Wow, that was a long trip for nothing. And he doesn't have cobwebs either. This guy. That's annoying. That's okay, I can still sell the other stuff I have with me. Jean Cartier said, did the Bohemia has any involvement with the sack of Rome in 1527? I don't know offhand.
Like? Show me your...
Alright, yes.
Let's talk about... Well... You... That's...
I was glad to be of help to you, good sir.
Abandoned house northeast of Nile at the south of the map has a chest with 50 cobwebs. You meant the mill at the southwest of the map. This map or the Kuttenberg map? Northeast would be... Oh, this would be northwest. Abandoned house northeast of the mill at the south of the map has a chest with 50 cobwebs. Where's this abandoned house? Because I assume this is the mill you're talking about. What's this? Wild Woman's Hut? Oh yeah, that's the thing that somebody told us about. Well, let's go down that way. We'll go towards the mill. Check. Next mill close to Nabokov. Well, Nabokov's over here. This mill over here? I know there's one somewhere over here. Alright, so if we leave Troskovitz and head straight down, we'll get to where we're going, so... I will do that. I do want to get those some Henry's Quickfinger potions before we try to start smithing any high-end weapons for ourselves. Because we've got our apron and our smithing gloves. Is this the right road to take? I think this is the right one to take. Plus a little bit more riding around. Well, ooh, I need to eat. Alright. Alright, Henry's all full of horse now.
Quick.
If memory serves, which it almost never does, I should, Shakespeare's buddy says, yep, just above the clouds there's a fast travel point. Well, there is, in fact, not a fast travel point, because we're playing in hardcore, but I get what you mean. Normally, there would be a fast travel point.
Whoa, whoa.
Look at that.
Remember me, you fucker. You sold me that magical ointment for 50 groschen. You said it was... Fuck.
Hey, that's the guy that in my first playthrough, got my first suit of armor from him. At least I think so. Whoopsie doodle.
Enough. Leave me be.
This I will not do. Yeah, exactly. That's why I figured, worst case scenario, I ride around a little bit more and I get closer to getting my Pebbles perk that I want so very, very much. Yeah, see? He's got a full suit of armor on him. Including the blackened smooth cuirass. We're gonna have to put some of that stuff on our horse, though. Alright. Broken Roman soldier spear. Hey, we got that.
Quick.
So we got some more unique stuff, so if nothing else, that was a good reason to ride over here.
Go.
I might have turned the wrong way there. But as long as we can keep turning right. Can you fix the Roman spear? I don't know. I've had it in my inventory in playthroughs and never remembered where the hell I got it. And I've never found a thing I could do with it. But I assume it has a point. I want to get down there. Alright, well I'm at the Nabokov Mill, so now where do I go to find the cobwebs? That's the mill itself. See? We're at the Nabokov Mill, so is it this house up here? Or is that where I currently am? No, I must have just been right here, so if I go across and go up... Isn't that the... No, that's not an abandoned hut, that's the, what's his name? The huntsman lives there. Said it was northeast of here? Over here? This thing? Because that would be northeast. Mostly just east, but... I do remember that. I think that was an abandoned spot. It's further east? Well, I'll head there first. In the mill on the right side, will you come across it? There's... Okay, so that is the spot. Alright. Alright, we'll ride that way. I remember going there and looting that spot on one of my playthroughs. There's stuff in that crossroad you just left. Oh yeah, I'll have to go back to do that too then. Alright, got 42 spoiled onions. A hard-locked chest. I don't think I can... Okay. Whoops. Come on, buddy. Oh, we almost there. Oh, we almost had it. It's so shaky because I'm not a high enough level for this. Come on, where are you at? There we go. 47 cobwebs, 11 lockpicks. Pickpocket shoes, nice. Alright, we leveled up our thievery too. Alright, what else can we get in here? Take out these wild dogs. Whoopsie doodle. I missed. Oh, that didn't kill him. Must be because it wasn't a sneak attack. Here we go. Alright. Do you find in hardcore the directions villagers give are actually more useful? They would be if I hadn't taken the bashful perk. Mest123 says, I wouldn't even dare to attempt this mode. Hope you successfully complete it. I mean, so far it's been going alright. Alright, let's see what else we can get in here. Forgotten key, cautious cheaters die. Probably could have grabbed that key before I picked that lock, but then again, I wouldn't have gotten the XP then. Alright. Nothing else? Nothing else I can get in here? Jean Cartier says, my favorite Czech dish is pork knuckle. When you get the bashful perk, you can't even ask for directions or get the wash house girls. Yeah, all you can do is, you can heal yourself and launder your clothes and stuff like that at a bathhouse, but you cannot, seek the company of the bathhouse girls. We found Slatigo. JH says, my sister-in-law just got through the 30k mark on the Boston Marathon. She's gonna hit 35k before Pebbles does. Oh, we better rush then, huh? Time to go learn astronomy so I can find a random chest buried deep within a random Bohemian forest in KCD2 on the hardcore run. Wild World says, I'm back. Where are you on the map? I am at Slatigo right now. Which is right here. There's a grocer. I could sell those spoiled onions to her. Or him. I don't know who it is. Apparently I'm not allowed to go in there.
So, it's you.
Don't know how I'm supposed to sell stuff. Unless I was at the wrong building. No, that's the right building. Is it one of these people out here?
Are you looking for something?
Yeah, where the hell am I supposed to sell those onions? Oh, whatever. Just gonna leave. Go back to Troskovitz. Brew myself some potions. I need Eyebright and Valerian. And while we're there, so Troskovitz is basically just straight back up. Jean Cartier says, I bloody hate escaping Trotsky the way I did. It successfully is Run, Henry, Run. What's your least favorite section in the game? Probably any of the chunks where they lock you into a long narrative stretch where you can't do any side activities. I don't really like those. Like, I can deal with them just fine. They don't piss me off or anything, but Shakespeare's buddy says go to POI spot. What POI spot? Where? Where do you want me to go? Quest tipster. Shakespeare said, sorry, stepped away. Did I miss getting the cobwebs? Yes, you in fact did, Shakespeare's buddy. We got them at this house right here. There was a hard-locked chest inside of the house at this abandoned building that had 47 cobwebs in it. In that area, there's one pig who has eaten the best charisma ring in the game, though sorry, I can't help find it. I saw it only once. There's pigs, eh? So all I gotta do is find some pigs and kill them, and one of them will have a really good charisma ring. I feel like that's probably a reference to some sort of a Czech folk story that I'm not familiar with. Alright, well where are the pigs in this area? Vagan Macarian says long narrative missions are fun in the first playthrough. After that, it's tedious. I don't mind like a long mission. I don't like where it locks you in and it's like 3 or 4 missions or one super duper long one before you can do anything else. You know, so like an example of that is once you've done here in this portion of the map, once you've done the march to Nabokov, you can't do anything else until you've left the region. That's a really long stretch that I find fairly tedious. And then in the Kuttenberg region, it's probably the worst one is from the... I mean, right when you get there, you have to do like 3 or 4 missions before you can do anything else. But then once you get to the Italian court, you do the Italian job. That all the way through basically through the end of the game. Well, I have not found any pigs yet. It's probably not exactly this spot. It's probably somewhere vaguely close by. There's a cow.
Quick.
Is that a cumin? suspiciously riding off into the woods, not even on a path.
For the love of Christ! I almost got killed! Who's shooting here?
It's not even a human. Shakespeare Buddy has become an apprentice member. Welcome aboard, buddy. Sean Cartier says the bum fancy needs an anger management course. That's definitely true. UV says, I admit, I did a lot less than in normal mode because it would take forever to ride around doing most of the side quests. Dan says, I was gutted that the game did not allow me to kill Erica Bumfancy. I was also pretty bummed out. I thought, you know, I was going to go into that all prepared and everything, and I did. But then, yeah. Just a villager. Lame. Well, he had 7 groschen on him. Let's see what his horsey's got, though. Looked like a nice blue saddle. Alright, we get a prog saddle. None of that is particularly impressive. But we're still not over our weight limit, so that's fun. Oh man, Shakespeare Buddy, he gets to have the cool little private rank next to his name now. Plus he gets his name highlighted in green. All the perks of being a member. Human all the same. Vagan says, I've just passed all the warfare check for Henry to realize that Brabant is an incompetent schmuck. Yeah, he is. Eric being alive is the best evidence of KCD3. Oh, for sure. Because clearly... This feels like it might be a trap. How is there nothing in that chest? That is wild to me. That they would have a... You can tell, because there's an axe sitting there, that this was clearly meant to be intentional or whatever. But, maybe I was supposed to be riding that way? I don't know. You should get the field crossbow by Nabokov. I am sure I will.
Go!
But for now, let's get back to, Ooh, before we get back to Troskovitz, we should get our Eyebright and our Valerian. Whoa. I should slow down, because there's probably Valerian in this field. Eyebright's usually in the woods. I mean, there's some at the, Actually, there might be some of both of those at the Alchemy station. And if not, I know there's some Valerian out in the field by the tavern. Okay, what do we got up here? Oh, we got a convoy. Looks like a biggin. I'm not going to try to ambush it, because I'm not seeing anything super valuable on the people walking in it, and it's a lot of people to try to take out without witnesses. So we'll just go ahead. Yeah, none of them are wearing anything particularly impressive. Shakespeare says there's an herb garden east of Trotsky Castle, too. That's correct. If we can't find one, like I said, if I can't find them at the spots that I'm pretty sure they are, then I will be sure to just ride over there. I haven't done much bandit hunting yet in this playthrough either, and I might do some of that. But like I said, once we've gotten these and smithed ourselves a sword, I want to do the... I want to do a little bit of missions. Well, there's some Eyebright. My back. I was just about to say my back hasn't gone out for a while yet. Alright, Adam S says, I'm thinking about doing an all-neg traits and Lent trophy at the same time. Thoughts? Definitely harder. You're going to have to make sure you utilize sauerkraut and honey to the best extent that you can. I did Lent in regular game mode. So, it wasn't hard. There's lots of things like you can eat bread and pretzels and bagels and stuff like that. There's lots of things you can eat and not violate the achievement. It was just making sure that you remember not to eat any meat. Lexi1397 in here once again, reminding us not to forget to subscribe, of course, right as always. Come on. Valerian is the, like, puffy white flower, I believe. I feel like we've already picked enough eyebright that I don't need any more. Because I only need a couple quick finger potions. I want to make enough so that, A, we've got some for our smithing, and then B, if we decide to grind out some thievery levels, we've got some for that. Wow, there's a lot of eyebright over here. Hey, we have alum. Right, yes, we have 20 eyebright. That is more than enough. I know there's Valerian around here somewhere. We have 80 viewers, but only 40 likes. That's a good point, guys. We could easily get those likes up. Those are rookie numbers. I mean, I'm a rookie, but still. We don't need to show everyone that I'm a rookie. What do we got here? Still no Valerian. This is a flashback. There's way more eyebright over here than I remembered there being. Alright, I guess I should check the alchemy shack before I worry about wandering around too much. Just because, there's a good chance that they're sitting there. There's the eyebright. Is that Valerian? No, that's not Valerian. That's comfrey. Why is it every time there's like a specific one that I actually need and I think, yeah, you know what, there's a good chance it'll be in the yard at the alchemist's place? It never is. Oh, but then again, I have the fresh herbs for the other one, so I could just get some dried Valerian. That way I don't have to leave and go pick any somewhere else. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. We still have some fox too, so any of this alchemy we're going to do quick is going to level us up some more. Alright, let's get some dried Valerian. 8 of them.
Word about the... How's it?
Well, see, I can...
Adam S. did a full playthrough without eating any meat, just to realize at the end I've killed 5 wolves to save Mutt. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, you gotta be conscious of it. Alright, so we're gonna need eyebright, Valerian, and cobwebs, which we of course have. Cobwebs, Valerian, eyebright. Now we're gonna need water. Oh, we need... Oh, it's a good thing we got so many eyebrights. We're only going to be able to make 4, though, because we need 2 eyebrights and 2 Valerian for each one. So we'll add the cobweb and the eyebright to the cauldron and boil for 3 turns. So there's the cobweb. And then we need 2 eyebright. Alright, we need to boil that for 3 turns and then grind the Valerian and add it to the cauldron. So we'll do that during it. So 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000, 9 1,000, 10 1,000, 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000, 9 1,000, 10 1,000, 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000, 9 1,000, 10 1,000. Now we'll pick up our cauldron quickly before it overboils. So we ground the Valerian, we'll add that to the cauldron, and then we'll boil for 1 more turn. Drop that down. Oh boy. Foggin says, you always find every herb besides the one you need. That is exactly how it goes. Alright, now let's pour. And hopefully that will get us our Henry's quick finger. If not, I might have to pay closer attention while I'm brewing it. Look at that, Henry's quick finger. Good. So we'll do that a couple more times. We only have enough Valerian for 4 batches, so it is what it is. But that should be more than enough because we get 4 Henry level ones each time we do it. So water. Cobweb. And then we need to add our 2 eyebright as well. We'll move it down. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000, 9 1,000, 10 1,000, 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000, 9 1,000, 10 1,000, 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000, 9 1,000, 10 1,000. Move it up. So it appears it takes 3 turns to grab the 2 things, grind them, and put them in the dish. So we probably aren't going to need to count on the next one. Henry's quick finger. Teresa knows something about this. That's funny. Yuvi says, you only get Henry quality with dry herbs, only, not some fresh. If you take perk Secret of Equilibrium, not Secret of Matter 1 and 2. So you make less with each one, but it makes brewing them easier. Yes, that is correct. That's why I generally like taking one of each of those perks, because I find it's a good balance. You still get your extra potions, but you can make, like, a mistake, or in this case, use a dried herb without it screwing you up. You can also get the one where it gives you extra leeway if you brew at night. Did that work? Alright, it did work. So, now what we're going to do is I'm going to, since it seems like it takes 3 full turns to take the 2... Valerians, grind them and put them in the dish. I'm not going to count this time. We're just going to see if it'll work out. So we'll drop our water in. Then our cobweb. And our 2 eyebrights. And we'll drop it down. And it should take us a full 3 turns to do all of this. So, I won't even count. I'm not going to worry about it. Just going to drop them in there. Pick it up. Grind it. Drop it into the dish. And pick up the cauldron. Then we can drop this in. Drop it down. Give her a flip of the sand glass. So if we did that, which I do remember brewing enough of these early in one of my playthroughs, that I do remember getting to a point where it seemed like it was pretty easy to do and I didn't have to count or flip any glasses or anything like that if I didn't want to. Look at that. It did work perfectly. So, that means, I mean, we're only doing it once more, but still. Now, everybody has seen all it takes to brew Henry-level quick finger potions without any muddling or futzing. So, once again, that's 1 cobweb. 2 eyebrights. And drop it down. Then we'll get our 2 Valerians. 1. 2. And we're going to grind them. Ivan said, I left the stream an hour ago and you're still brewing potions. No, we did a whole bunch of stuff in between. We're just brewing potions again. We're going to move this up. Should save before thieving if possible. Yes, definitely. Before I start doing that, we'll be saving fairly aggressively. Yeah, last time we were brewing fox potions. Now we're brewing a couple quick finger because we're gonna try smithing ourselves a nice sword, and then we're gonna start the quest. Excellent. Alright, that's enough quick finger potions. We should have, what, 16 of them? Yes. Excellent. Now we'll dry some stuff before we leave. Now, do we have anything that we were supposed to be selling? I feel like, yes, we did on the horse. Ah, see? A whole bunch of stuff. We always got to remember to do this before we leave town, otherwise we always have to come back, and that feels so anticlimactic. Darius Brewster says, I leveled my polearms with Henry Fox Potion and just trained with Black Bartosh in the Trotsky Castle. Took me like 20 minutes, I think maybe less, to get high level. Yeah, that's fair. Well, and we have a bunch of the foxes, so now each time we're going to try grinding something, I'm going to do that. I could just max over encumber myself, take some Fox Potions, and then run around some more. I know everybody loves that.
Good day to... Hold up.
Just gonna sell all of our level 2 and 1 stuff. As always. Hagel.
Well, there. Thank you, sir.
Oh, he took it. I started too high. Vagan says he wants to get max level on everything, pretty much only have the polearms left. I've tried raiding Opatowitz with a polearm, but it was too hard. I don't use the polearms nearly as much in KCD as I did in the first game. Alright, we don't want to sell that because I think there's a chance that we're going to be able to do something with it at some point. Alright. St. Veronica's Veil. I doubt the authenticity of that. Is there any reason for me to keep any of those obviously fake relics? Because my plan is just to sell them. UV says, I only train polearm by fighting on horseback. It also levels horsemanship. I see no one on YouTube of anyone else fighting from horseback. I don't do it that much, but that's where the spot where I use it. Like if I'm riding by groups of bandits or whatever, a lot of times I'll do the mounted horseback or mounted polearm combat.
I'll have a look at the...
Alright, let's sell. Oh, we could sell some weapons while we're here, too. We'll keep the spear. Sell all these extra torches we've got. Alright. We'll keep the prog saddle because it's still stolen. There's those spoiled onions we can sell. Well, not spoiled, but almost spoiled. Alright. Yeah, I don't really find the polearms that fun either. Yeah, insert name here, you probably should have just taken all the negative perks. So far, it has not been that ridiculously hard, and this way, I know that we can...
That's quite... Sehr gut. I can agree.
I know that we can get all the way. Andrew says, I almost bankrupted myself buying relics not long after the game started. Well, they're all fake relics, so that's why I figured I'd get rid of them. Especially because we got 600 groschen for them bad boys. Got them all stashed. As far as I know, I never found any spot where those specific ones ever came in handy.
Go! Go!
Y'all ready for a little bit of smithing?
Quick!
Oh yeah, no, it's not a hard game. I describe it as a hardcore game because Not because it's actually difficult if you're actually, you know, giving it a chance and trying to learn the systems. A lot of people try to bend games to their play style instead of just playing the game the way it was designed to play. If you play Kingdom Come Deliverance the way it was designed to play, it's not hard at all. It's an easy game. It's a big game, and there's lots of different stuff in it, you know, so there's stuff to learn. It's not Call of Duty, but it's not particularly difficult as long as you just play it the way it was designed to be played. Insert name here says, can you still pick herbs when you're hurt your back, or is there a cooldown? No, you can still pick them. You'll just be walking and moving really slow until the negative perk goes away.
Whoa.
Alrighty. Let's start by seeing if we've got stuff that can be repaired. Yeah, so let's grab our kits. We're getting a decent some dice already. We're building up a couple at least. Tailor's kit, marksman's kit. Alright, we already have... We'll take another fox before we go, but is there anything in here that we can repair too? Alright, so let's eat another fox so we don't, or drink another fox so we don't forget it. And we'll drink a quick finger while we're at it too. Apparently I don't have anything to repair with that. There, we got a couple things. Now we'll put everything away. Everything we don't need, that is. Food. We'll keep that stuff on us. Put the cobwebs and the eye right away. Put all these kits away. Along with these dice, that thingy. Probably... Wait, what do those weigh? Yeah, I'll keep those on me. Alright, so let's grab our smithing materials. Should have enough stuff, I would hope. Armor, that's what else we need. We need our leather apron. And leather gloves. While we're at it, I'll grab some, do I have any work boots? We'll just do the travel boots. This will be our smithing. Yeah! Now Henry looks like a blacksmith. UV says, the thing about Master Strike, which is taking enemy blade with yours while striking him at the same time, is that without a guard, you should lose your hand. That's a good point. Vagan Makarian says, I'm robbing Sukdol Castle on my way out of Kuttenberg. Darius Brewster says, I gotta clock into work now, unfortunately. I hope to catch your next stream, hopefully tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow. The next one I have planned out in my current schedule is Wednesday. But it's always possible that I'll add another one or switch my plans, because I do that. Alright, so we've taken our quick finger, we've taken our fox. Do we have any perks to level up? Okay, we can level up strength. Grand Slam will give us our blunt damage increase, which is useful. Thrasher, Vanguard, Wrestler gives us the clinch one. We'll do Grand Slam too. Alright, Horsemanship we can level up too. Final Stretch, that's one we wanted. I don't know how useful that'll be in Enthusiast. How useful that'll be in hardcore since we don't get our, pop-up anymore. But anyway, let's just start off seeing if we can blacksmith our longsword. We can. Alright, let's give this a try. Hopefully we'll get a perfect Henry level 1 on our first try. Which shouldn't be too hard because, we're already up to like level 20 for craftsmanship and we just took a Henry's quick finger. Henry's making the Infinity Gauntlet. Boss gets $1, I get a dime. That's why I watch Dare to Game on the company time. I like how he whistles the one from the first game. Rotate.
It's almost finished.
UV says, which weapon do you prefer? I find the short sword with all the perks better than the long sword. Faster and shorter animations. I like the long sword better. I just really like the fighting style with the long sword. If you are trying to min-max and make sure you're most effective, like the least amount of strikes, you're dealing the most damage, and you can do it with the least energy and all that sort of stuff, with the right perks and the right one-handed sword and no shield, you can do tremendous amounts of damage. So I would say stat-wise, if you max it out, a one-handed sword will be better. But I just really like playing with a two-handed sword. Alright, we got our Henry quality. Craftsmanship 30? Were we up that high already? Or did we just get that much frickin' XP for it? Oh, that's just with our... Yeah, we're not actually at 30. Okay, I was like, that doesn't seem right. Alright. Yeah, we just get that +3. Yeah, a lot of people don't know about that, but there's a hidden perk or whatever of wearing the blacksmith clothing. We'll forge Brunswick's poleaxe now. Gumby Scout says, blacksmithing looks so much easier on mouse than controller. Yeah, that and lockpicking are two things that are, like, way easier when you're using a mouse. You said harpen, UV, but I assume you mean apron. I mean, it's not really a hidden buff, but you get buffs for your horsemanship for wearing spurs. I know a lot of people don't understand that that's actually one of the reasons why you always want to be wearing the best spurs that you have available to you, unless you're trying to be sneaky, of course.
Sakra. Doing something wrong.
UV says, leather gloves for smithing, IDK of any of the other hidden bonus to items, horsemanship or spurs is not hidden. No, like I said, the apron and the gloves give you a smithing boost. At least I thought the apron did. And the glasses give you +3 or 4 scholarship, I believe. Eerie V23 says 100k follower is not a rookie number. No, that's not. But, I think we were talking about my stream numbers. Level 3? Alright, we gotta try that one again. I screwed... Oh, man! We need more iron. He should have some.
I'll have a...
Materials. There we go.
I'd like to do...
Well, you really want... Finally. Hope you'll be satisfied, my
I love
friend.
that. Offer him 10 groschen. You're never gonna convince me like that. 10.5. Okay. Megan McCarrion said, I played the entirety of the game on PS5. I didn't find the lockpicking hard, but also have been a console gamer for all my life. Yeah, it was JH. I just hit the same spot a couple too many times in a row. I sometimes do that with the axes. I find the swords really easy to make sure I space it out well enough, but with the axes, sometimes I screw it up. Yeah, back when I was playing the first Kingdom Come Deliverance, I was still playing on PS4. And then PS4 Pro. So I got really used to playing it on a controller. So I got good enough with the locksmithing with the controller back then, but after I switched over to PC gaming, it was like a night and day difference. It was way better. Screwed up my rhythm there. You threw off my groove. Weatherman says, I more often screw up crafting with quick swings. I prefer going all the way off screen with the hammer. I've done the long swings one. I don't know. I seem to do well enough with doing it, you know, the quick swings way. JH says, this is an axe, not a woman. You actually get in trouble in the game for spending too much time on the same spot. Yeah, but you can get in trouble for that in real life, too. Like, ah, I'm getting raw. Alright. Well, we'll make a military sword. What's your experience using strength boosts to help with early game blacksmithing? I do not know. Teen in a Barrel says, hi man, I don't know if you do video requests, but I'd love an armor guide for the knight sitting against the tree in one of the loading screens in the second area. I have taken a short, brief peek at that one, so I know the one you're talking about. I have not put a lot of effort into trying to create that one yet. Oh, I started in the middle. I like starting on the top. I do take requests. I just never know exactly when I'll actually get to making them. As far as my experience for strength boosts, I have not really tried it much. I basically just do whatever I can to boost my smithing level. So, a good Henry level quick finger potion, and then some leather gloves and a leather apron, and Bob's your uncle, we're smithing, we're off to the races. Screwed up a couple times on the rhythm, but I should still be fine. I haven't. There we go.
I even had to sell the ring from my mother-in-law.
Vagan Macarian says, I always haggle and then tip at the bathhouses. Don't want the wenches to think you're poor. I cannot visit the wenches at the bathhouse, at least for anything other than washing my clothing and wounds and stuff in this playthrough, so I guess I won't have to worry about them thinking I'm poor.
Just a month ago. How did it end up there?
Yeah, we got another level 4. Where are we at? Did we max out craftsmanship yet? No. Still have 2 more levels to go. That's okay. I don't really want to do that right now.
What a praise the Lord.
Whoopsie. Yeah, I know you don't actually have to flip the sword, and you don't have to do it the way, like, you don't have to actually slowly slide along it, but I like doing that. Alright, well, we could probably get rid of that. Oh, I should repair this. I should sharpen those weapons.
Christ, pardon me.
I guess I'll sharpen all of them. And then I'm going to sell this one, because this one's just a level 2. Alright. That one did not need much sharpening.
All done.
Common longsword is now sharpened up.
Sharp as a razor.
Sharp as a razor. But is it sharp as the razor? Alright. Well, we leveled up again. Whoops. Skills. Craftsmanship. Alrighty. Inventory. Alright, now let's switch it off to our common longsword. We'll put our warhorse shield back. Oh, is it nighttime? Ugh, it's typical. Alright, let's store the military sword, store the warhorse shield, store the slightly better Brunswick's poleaxe, and then we'll sell those two things in the morning. Okay, we could put our leather apron, leather gloves, hose joined, travel boots, put all those inside. All of our blacksmithing materials that we definitely don't need to keep carrying on us. And there we go. So we should have just what we actually want on us now. Well, Vagan Macarian just got to pole arms to level 20. Well done, Vagan. Alright, let's sleep until morning. And I'm sure we'll wake up somewhere else, but, you know, not much we can do about that. Hey, we didn't even wake up somewhere else. We're good to go. Let's sell those couple things that we don't need.
Show me your way. I'd like to do something. Is this enough?
We're getting close. Fun. Thank you, sir.
Vagan says, Warhorse should have added a bit more repeatable combat besides training in tournaments. I definitely would have liked to have more bandit camps like we had in the first game, because I loved being able to clear all them. This one definitely has less. QZY says, can you save different outfits? Yes, you can. I'm currently not, just because I don't want to have all the extra weight on me. So, currently, I really just have the one, because we're, you know, playing hardcore mode. But yes, you can save up to 3.
You said you have
Alright,
some more
let's learn
interesting
about this
work.
interesting job.
What would that be?
It's about those two idiot hands of mine, Venser and Franzi. They drove off with a cart full of goods towards Seamine, and they never came back.
Do you want me to find them?
Just so. But more importantly, I want to know where my cart ended up, and especially the cargo. Go to Seamine and find out what the bloody hell happened.
Have you any idea which way they might have gone? I could have a look along the way. Maybe their cart broke down or something.
There's only one road to Seamine that can take a cart. It leads from Takov to Troskovitz, and then to the south. But I've got a bad feeling they got up to no good in Seamine.
Those two hands of yours, Venser and Franzi, what can you tell me about them?
Can't tell you much. They're wandering laborers. I don't think they wanted to stay here with me for long, but these days I can use all the help I can get.
Were they suspicious in any way?
No, they worked hard. They ain't no slackers. And I can't say that about everyone.
What was the cart carrying?
Bugger and bollocks. All sorts of stuff. I'd say Lord Seamine wants to rearm his garrison with new equipment. There were some hunting swords, bastard swords, crossbow bolts. I also fixed the trigger on young Seamine's crossbow. And some kitchen stuff. Sacks of charcoal, all sorts of things. There's a good month's work in that cartload.
All right. I'll get right on it then.
Go ahead. And if you find that pair of fools drunk, kick their asses for me.
Gladly. I'll kick some sobriety into them.
Alright, we get to get going on the jaunt. Vagan says, some bandit camps should repopulate with bandits after a few day passes. That would make the experience farming more consistent. To be fair, though, they do. I think it takes like 4 or 5, maybe 7 in-game days, something like that. But as far as I know, pretty much all of the bandit camps repopulate within a couple days. I know that all the ones that I've tested, the ones that are consistent or whatever, they all do. What's that guy doing? Anyway, now we gotta go to Seamine. But the good thing is it's nice and bright and early in the day, so we should be able to get going right away.
Quick.
There's a couple bandit camps in the you know, this first map that are worth doing for the loot and the experience.
Quick. Quick.
Now we finally have a good longsword to use, though. I mean, it's just a common longsword, but it's a Henry's variant, so should do us relatively well until we manage to get our hands on a dueling longsword or a broad longsword. Yeah, if you go to Opatowitz outside of Sigismund's camp, that's the best spot. Those are bandits.
Whoa.
You know, we can't go by bandits without killing them. At some point, I'm going to need to get some more bolts, preferably something maybe a little bit higher damage than these. Wow, I sure never hit my instigating shot anymore. Got him in the head. That guy's a crossbow. Oh, come on, that should have got him. You're finished, dung grubber.
I'll sort you out nicely.
Yeah, we have a longsword. That felt good.
I can't aim like this. Damn it.
I like how they were just sitting at this camp right outside of Troskovitz. That's funny. Oh, he still hit me. Boom. Wow, he didn't die yet. Running away, really? So he's not going to get far. He's super injured. There we go. There's a guy leaning up against that shrine up there. I don't think any of these guys had anything particularly valuable on them, but that's okay. Nope, clearly not. But we'll go up to that shrine before we ride down into Seamine. See who's leaning against it, and if it's anything important, maybe we'll do something. But otherwise, we'll just pray at the shrine and move on. What do we got here? Oh, it's this annoying guy.
I'm not. Yeah, no. Of course, we nearly. You. Where you said, didn't you? You're a just a. How it's been, but they. Where every other time. So I'm where.
Should have had the... Here, let's see if I can talk to him again after we've moved some of that stuff back into our inventory. So we can sell it to him. I didn't see how much money he had available on him, but if I can just sell it all to him, I wouldn't mind that. There we go. Look at that. He has the large amount of money. He gets to buy what all of those bandits had. Oh, haggling's not possible here? Lame. They were waiting for the wagon. It's a pretty pretty good group of soldiers. And they all snuck away. So I'm going to check out what they got in this chest. Come on, don't break.
Was machst du da? Stop that!
Get over here, or I'll call the guards.
No, they had a level 3 pistol. Alright, well, we saved, but we're going to try taking out some guards now. Because I did something foolish. Hopefully none of them run away. Because that's how we got banned from Takov. Don't kill me. That would be rude. Well, at least that guy died from his wounds. We're doing alright, guys. What the hell? That was... Oh, that was annoying. It spun me around. There we go. Oh, Yuvi, you didn't know you could rob carts? Yes, and in fact, sometimes you get some of the best gear you can get in the... At least in this region. To be fair, I was just going to check out what they had in the chest, but now I got all their stuff, too. Some of it's good stuff, too. Got some level 3 loot from these guys. As long as I didn't get caught doing that. Let's see if we got in trouble. Nope, I don't think anybody noticed. It was fair, I did take them out so quickly and quietly. Vagan Makarian said, I knew you could rob the cart, but still never did. Yeah, you can get some good stuff. So you see a level 3 pistol, some other stuff, old brigandine legs, some kits. It's worth doing if you can take them out without getting in trouble. Yuvi said, no, I tried one and it didn't work, so I stopped killing them. Well, now you've seen what you can get. Alright, while we're at it, let's do some repairing on some of that stuff we just got. We'll probably level up our last craftsmanship level this way. Oh, that's weird. We did not level up our last craftsmanship level. But you can see all the stuff we got. So we got a level 3 pistol. Which is probably the most useful thing. But we also got quite a bit of level 3 armor and clothing. Which we're going to need to go put in our chest before we can continue on to Seamine, because I'm out of storage space. But that was exciting. And we didn't even die. Ooh, and we leveled up horsemanship. Whoa. Ooh, and more stuff. These guys must have tried ambushing the caravan thingy. Well, now I'm over encumbered. But I guess we're going to level up some strength on the way. Did I level up any? Yeah, I did. Okay. Piercing damage, creeping phantom. When sneaking, your movement will 15% faster. That's always useful. Fall damage is reduced by 30. That's obviously a good one to go with. Marksmanship we leveled up. Oh, I love that one. Warfare leveled up. Anyway. So what are the gunsmith kits for? This must be a bug. The gunsmith kits? Use them for fixing, guns. Gunsmith kits can repair guns in the game. So, glad that I could be of some use there, hopefully. They're not super common, but you don't need to do it that much, unless you're using your gun all the time, which I pretty much never do. I tried for a little bit here and there. What the heck's up with that guy? He just sprinted away. He better not be a frickin' witness. Is that Troskovitz or is that Takov? That I'm not sure. That must be Troskovitz. I mean, I could probably sell some stuff before I move on. That's probably a smart idea. Plus, I might as well move all this stuff back over to my inventory, so I get the actual strength XP for walking around over encumbered. Gun is, in fact, the most useless weapon in the game. That is very accurate. There's a achievement for having 4 of them loaded on yourself at once. And if you load them all with scattershot, you know, I'm sure you could make that effective enough. I better make sure I'm not limping all the way in there just to get arrested. I'll save out here, just to make sure. I don't want to lose the good loot that I got from taking out that Caravan, but I also don't want to get branded. I would think we'd level up strength sometime soon, considering we're maximum over-encumbered, and now we're actually using Fox. Hey. Well, we got enough XP to level up our main level. This gun thing is never going to take off. Yeah, nobody's ever going to go for him. The sword and the bow, that's the pinnacle of warfare technology. It's never going to evolve past that. Jean Cartier says, the best shooting weapon is bow and arrow, not crossbow. I switch back and forth. If you're... It depends. If you've got black arrows, the bow is phenomenal. If you have any of the top 5 best bows and you pair them with black arrows, you're super overpowered. I mean, you don't even need to put poison on them, but if you, of course, put some Henry's Bane or Henry's Dollmaker on top of it, nobody in the game can stand up against Henry. You can take out groups of, like, 8 bandits before... 8 or less without it ever being any sort of a threat to you. As long as you don't suck. UV said, IDK, with 4 loaded guns, you are very dangerous at close range. Once you can shoot, use a bow, black arrows, and you are at crossbow damage. Can't shoot to save my life with a bow. I definitely can, but it's... I spent so much time doing it in the first game that...
What do you have for...
Alright, I want some soap.
Word about the...
What would you...
Well, I...
Weatherman says the best stealth weapon other than a dagger is legitimately the heavy crossbow. If you're shooting from far enough away, because it does make a lot of noise, yes, because if you can one-shot kill, and you're far enough away from anybody else that's hearing you take the shot, you know, the person you shot, if they die, that's a good stealth weapon. You know, just by default. Now we're just going to go launder our clothing, then we can... Anything that's not stolen, we can sell at the tailor and then the general store, and then we'll go and put all of our good stuff that we want to keep in our storage chest, and then we'll go to Seamine. See, we got sidetracked. We didn't get very far. We started to actually progress through a mission, and we got 1 town over before we got distracted by a random encounter. Ben says, are there a set number of arrows that a Henry's Bane will poison? It seemed like I used 12 bottles on like 50 arrows. It seems like a lot. There's a perk that you can unlock that we unlocked in this stream, in fact, that allows you to poison more arrows with each bottle of poison. But yes, there's a set limit. QZY says, if I can enable the dot for archery like I did in KCD1, I should do okay. I don't know if you've tried it yet in KCD2, but if anything, it's significantly easier. I've never used the aiming dot for it, but the archery in KCD2 is significantly easier than it was in the first game. Oh yeah, if you want to get black arrows, there's a guy in the woods, I think his name is like Lefty something, over by Shtaki.
Christ, pardon me.
And you have to bring him feathers, and he can make black arrows for you. Gumby Scout agrees with me. He says it's definitely easier to hit with a bow in KCD2 than in KCD1. Oh yeah, the black arrow's insane. You can't get anywhere near the effectiveness with any other type of arrow. It sucks because, like I said, you have to have the feathers for it, but once you do, you're OP. Alright, vitality. Washing and tug. You're 10 points of your health. Plus, if you go to bed clean, you'll heal 25% faster. Revenant 2. Your energy will slowly replenish while doing alchemy, sharpening, blacksmithing, or playing dice. I do like that one. Okay. We have not been doing very much leveling up of combat yet, other than our archery, or ranged, or whatever. That one, I feel like, well, I mean, I could double check, but... Combat. Warfare, we've got up to 14. Marksmanship, we've got up to 14. And swords, we have up to 13. But we've done very little for unarmed heavy weapons or pole arms.
What can I do for
Yes, JH is correct. If you do go there to make arrows, you do want to pickpocket the feathers back so you can just keep doing it. Alright. I wish I had that perk that allows me to sell stolen goods. I should definitely level up to the point where I can get that, because a whole bunch of this stuff is stolen.
Word about the... What would you... That sound... Very...
I should have gone to 71 so I could have got an even 70 groschen for that. CMDR, or Commander Jester de Jugla, says hello. Hello, Jester de Jugla. Welcome aboard. How long did it take to get that vitality from this method? You mean from walking around super over encumbered? Not all that long. However much time I spent walking around over encumbered in the stream so far. Which, to be fair, for the first 2 episodes was quite a bit of it. But it levels up fast. Vitality and strength level up pretty fast from walking around over encumbered, especially if you've got Henry's Fox, you know, giving you the extra XP.
Willkommen. Komm herein. Wie geht's, Mann?
Show me...
Alright. Painted Pavis, that's one that I wanted to make sure I didn't sell, because I think I need that one yet. See, so much of this stuff is stolen, I can't actually sell it. It's another Saxon Hauberk. I could probably go ahead and sell this level 2 Saxon Hauberk I'm wearing, but since the other ones are stolen, I still don't want to. We have a bunch of pickpockets gloves already. Half-plate legs, we could sell those. Ooh. Apples, don't need those.
I'd like to just...
You won't... Sehr gut. I can...
250.
Das war ein gutes Geschäft, mein Herr.
JH said, wish YouTube would let me watch full screen and also have the chat up. I think that's bad. Try streaming. It's hard to be able to see anything over on my stream window thingy. I can get a little bit of the stream, but I can't really see the screen, so it's a good thing I can see it on my own screen. Commander says, love your content, and I'm so happy you're streaming. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm also enjoying streaming, so glad we're all on the same page about that. Let's see if I can get enough of this off of me to go and store it in my chest. Nope, still can't do it. Ah! I'll get there quicker this way. I just want to get there, repair it all, store the stuff that I want, so I can get back to it. QZY says, no millers in KCD2? No, there are millers. But you have to go to a fence to sell stolen stuff. Like I said, it's not too hard once you get to... in skills under thievery, I think it is. It might be stealth. Lawbreaker, mischief artist. There's one that allows you to sell stolen stuff just to anyone. Might be under stealth. It's probably under stealth. Speech? Oh, it might be speech. That'll suck. Because that's the one that's taking me the longest to upgrade. Where is it? Artisan? Polished wares. Hustler. It's easier for you to sell stolen goods. If you succeed in doing so, you'll gain some stealth and thievery experience. Partner in crime. That's the one. We have to get to level 20 for that, though, and we're only at level 11. Ugh. Yeah, but it's under speech, so that's another annoying thing about the fact that it's taking me so long to level up my speech in this, because that's the one you want to get. You want to get that first one I showed you that makes it easier to sell some, because with that one, you can at least, if you're selling a bunch of legitimate stuff, you can usually sneak a couple stolen things in there, and they won't care. But once you get partner in crime, you can sell any stolen stuff to any person. As long as you didn't steal the stolen stuff from that person. You can't rob, like, a blacksmith of his swords and then try to sell them back to him. That you can't do. But you could rob all the swords from one blacksmith in Kuttenberg and go to sell it to another blacksmith in Kuttenberg, and that you'll be allowed to do. Vince said, did anyone else find the D&D Easter egg in the top of that barn? It doesn't show you on the map with the map reveal perk. I don't remember. I just hope I don't... Hey, look, Valerian. Couldn't find it before, and now, of course, there's a whole bunch of it on this path, because that's what it looks like. Yeah. Typical. Like you said, you can find every single herb except for the one that you're looking for. Oh, cool. I'm not over-encumbered anymore. Because we still haven't perked up pebbles, so we better make sure we're actually riding pebbles as much as possible. We'll get there, we'll repair our stuff, we'll store the level 3 stuff, and then we'll go to Seamine.
Go.
As soon as you stop looking for it, there it is. That's why I said it's just typical.
Whoa.
Nope, that perk, the reveal map one, is still on here. I mean, you still can't see where you are on the map, but if you get your scholarship hop high enough, you can still reveal the full map. My horse is dirty. Needs a wash. Alright. Well, we're going to level up our craftsmanship the rest of the way, because we have more than enough stuff to fix here. Marksman's kits, tailor's kits. There we go. Craftsmanship, so. There we go. 29? We're still not maxed out? Ah, whatever. We'll get there. Did they remove the hidden perk you get for picking up toxic herbs? I do not believe so. Where did I find the Black Painter Guild Shield? Well, I haven't found it yet in this playthrough, but in Kuttenberg at some point when I had found it. Alright. Oh, it's level 3 stuff we get to put in there now. Ooh, got 3 of those. I'll put them in there for now anyway. Whoopsie. Don't want that. Okay, put that in there, put that in there. All the kits back. I'll keep 5 soap on me for now. Alright, good. Now we're almost down to light enough anyway. We'll put the rest of the stuff on our horse until it's no longer stolen. So. I'm sure we'll get more over encumbered at some point. Again, but that's all we had to worry about now. Gumby Scout says, maybe my bug is saved then, because I picked so much nettle and I still haven't gotten it. Were you not wearing gloves? Because you have to be barehanded while you're picking the nettle. I don't know if it's only nettle or if it's nettle and thistle, I don't remember.
Quick!
B-Shad 1 said, 5 soap isn't enough, this is hardcore, you'll need at least 6. Probably true.
Quick!
I don't remember offhand where I got the Painter's Guild Shield. Look, another huntsman. It's any poisonous herb. Yeah, so like, as far as I know, they haven't removed any of the hidden perks from hardcore mode, to the best of my knowledge. But like I said, you have to pick them barehanded. I don't know how many herbs it is offhand either. I know in the first game it was only like 100 or something like that. Maybe it was even less.
Go.
The night soap? You get the night soap. It might be in Trosky Castle. That might be where you get it, but I am not 100% sure.
Whoa.
Let me make sure I'm on the right road. Yeah, I'm on the right road. 200? It might be 200. Alright, we're finally headed back to Seamine.
Quick! 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 Just a bit further.
Whoa. Whoa.
Let's see where we're at for our riding. Player, I said. Statistics. General. 25.5. So we need 10 more kilometers. But we're going to do this
So
now.
I says to him, "No, father, I haven't been fornicating. I've just been loving my neighbour."
Hey! You alright there, laddie?
Oh, you should have seen him. He went as red as a cardinal's hat. Aye. Hey, servant, bring some wine.
Me? I'm not a servant.
Oh, I know. Old Seamine is saving supplies for the wedding later. But you didn't need to bother your wee head about that.
Look, I'm not from here.
Oh. I didn't give a fuck where you're from. You speak our language, do you not?
Well, Yarko, seems to me this fella doesn't know how to behave toward his betters.
The old man's hired hands are lacking in manners. We'll soon fix that.
Henry looks a little bit silly with our current suit of armor.
Beating him.
Man, he's dodging a lot.
Someone better hold me back.
There we go.
Come on. Oh, you wee blasted!
The devil's name is fucking going on here.
Weatherman said after screwing up the first run, it was satisfying to beat this guy's ass yesterday.
I'm teaching your people here how we do things.
Grandad?
Why, Grandad? An old captain like you probably still remember the flood.
True enough, Yurko. I am old. And I remember all sorts of things. Like you. When you were a little nipper running around here bare arse, with a ribbon in your hair, screaming out how you was Princess Sophie. Poor lad, hadn't a moment's peace from his big sisters.
What about that wine?
Who in God's name are you?
Henry. The Takoff blacksmith sent me. Radovan.
Blacksmith, eh? Then you'll have some explaining to do. Come along and never mind that fool Yurko. Young Seamine's getting married, so we has to put up with his kin from Moravia.
We'll be needing a dozen geese. And I must tell Vashek to get 3 pigs ready for slaughter. And the carters will have to be sent to Yetchin to get at least a peck of poppy seed for cakes. And gingerbread spices. Oh, and wine, too. It's almost all gone, what we bought only last week.
Enter! Sorry to intrude, sir. This is Henry, blacksmith Radovan's hand.
Oh, excellent. Dorothy, leave us now. Just make sure that there's plenty of everything so long as it doesn't cost too much.
But, sir...
Not another word! Leave us! So Radovan sent you alone. Who's going to unload it all? It's a whole cartload.
Yeah, Radovan sent me, sir, but not with the goods. The thing is, he's missing his cart, along with the carter in his hands.
What? But they never came here. Are you telling me they got lost?
Well, I couldn't tell you what happened to them, sir, but it's my job to find them.
There are all sorts of vermin roaming the countryside.
Oh, no
so...
need to imagine the worst right off, gnarly. Anyway, I need the load from that cart, so saddle up your old nag and we'll ride out, Captain. I could do with a breath of fresh air. I've had it up to the eyeballs with counting geese and pies.
What about Henry here, sir?
Well, what about him?
We could use an extra pair of hands. You know how my shoulder's acting up. Yuriko is shit-faced, and your son...
The older has work to do. All right, take Henry with you if you want. Just so long as he doesn't slow us down.
Thank you, sir. So, lad, you going with us? I hope you're happy about it.
Oh yeah, super happy.
No. So,
we sure are going to have to make a better suit of armor at some point, because this one sure is ugly.
Actually, I
wouldn't...
Well...
Son, anyway, stick...
This...
There, look...
Only...
Let's get our speech XP in.
You...
Well,
no.
I'm the... As when I jumped, I was... I broke... Or...
We should...
That come if you want.
At some point, I'm going to have to rob Seamine and get all the stuff that we can get from here. I know there's some unique stuff and some level 3 stuff. Good stuff to get. Especially if we go ahead and take some of the stuff that they're wearing. Might do that after we finish these missions we're working on now. We could wait until nighttime and do it. Get ourselves some stealth XP and then, of course, you know, some extra items. But we're going to have to come up with a better outfit because this one is just getting too ugly. Seamine's rocking his awesome outfit. That's right, he has a dueling longsword. That looks fancy. Who's older? Jarek Storm says, I run a mod that gives head protection without a helmet. Only mod I run, but it's worth it. I would like that. Because I like rocking with the full suit of plate armor with the sleeveless, Waffenrock over top of the middle, and then just a collar with no helmet. I would like that, but it would only... If you take their gear before the mission, they will go unarmed. Yeah, I know. I don't want to do that. Let me make sure I'm waiting at the right spot. I could probably take off all these ones that we're not actively doing right now. Right, the jaunt. Lord Seamine and his Captain Natalie will wait for me in the courtyard first thing in the morning. What is it? Ugh, of course it's too late in the day. I don't really want to do the thieving and stuff at night. Hey, look at that. We leveled up survival somehow. Got that up to level 20 already, too. Leshy. Oh, hells yeah. Where did I get the dragon saddle in Bohemian Paradise? I don't think I have a dragon saddle on. We have a soldier's saddle on. You talking about this horse? Yarmilka? That's not my horse. This is my horse. Speaking of which, let's wash the horse. Where is... Is this the groom? Yes, there he is.
What do you need?
I'd like...
I'll get coin up.
What if it's just a...
More. That would...
Here you go, then.
Now then. You two can get going now.
Anywho, let's, What does washing your horse even do? Makes your horse clean. And cleans the stuff on your horse. I guess since we have to wait until morning anyway, we might as well finish off the 10 kilometers we need for our horse to get it perked up. Because I don't want to fill up my inventory with a bunch of stolen gear before the before doing the mission. Well, you know what I could do? I could ride down to the mill and do that, the fist fighting one while we're at it. It makes pebbles feel pretty. That's the... Well, like I said, with washing the horse, one thing for sure is it washes all of the tack on your horse, and all of mine was dirty. And so I assume that helps you with not getting dirty as fast, because if you're riding a dirty horse, you get dirty faster. So it's a charisma thing, too. There's reasons to do it. Where is the miller? Maybe I could just start it by talking to this guy. Get out of my way.
Greetings to you.
What's the indeed fist? What does the crack?
I can.
Well, if you
We'll do all the talking, because I do want to get all that speech XP.
nothing. Would you? You get away crazy. Take care for now.
Oh, I do have to talk to Crazel first. He's gonna want me to do this stupid... Yeah, that's fine. We'll get some... thievery XP then, too, while we're at it. He's normally... Oh, is that him? Oh, that's the hired hand. Where's Crazel? Ah, he's up there.
Greetings, my friend.
Alright.
Can I'll pet my
We'll do this first.
Let's.
We'll haggle a bit.
Do you accept? You'll have. Thank you.
Yay, we leveled up speech.
Take care. Where's well, go up. I hear who took pencil to him to come up to here. And if see you soon.
Excellent. Now let's do the fisticuffs. He says they could make pebbles improve slowly and not turn from an old nag into a motorcycle at once. Yeah, they could do that, but why? Why would they want to do that? Where's the guy? Is that him? Oh, he's one of the guys.
Just look, see you well.
Well, what the hell? I don't have to do the thievery one first. Why did that guy disappear from where he was supposed to be? Oh, is that him?
Everything. Look at. Wait, did you? Well, if you.
I wish I could wager more than 10. Come on, buddy. Ooh, that was a good hit.
Christ! You fight like a little girl.
There we go.
We'll see. Oh yeah.
I apologize.
We leveled up and got a perk point, I think. Ooh, and our speech. Alright. It's Hustler, right, was the one that... Yeah, we're gonna need that one first. And then we need Unarmed. Fighting unarmed, you will gain 15% more experience in strength, agility, and vitality. That one's probably useful. We'll do that one. That way we can level it up even faster.
Well, what funny stuff. Kicks in the ball.
I mean, I guess it makes sense that they only allow us to wager 10 because these people probably would not have more than 10 groschen on them. Because that's a significant amount of money. Like I said, I was looking into it, and it's hard to find any data on it. But they figure the average daily wage for, like, a laborer at this time in groschen would probably be somewhere between 1 groschen a day on average, maybe up to, like, 5 for more skilled or harder tasks. So, it's a significant amount to bet when you consider that. Son of a bean, this guy's getting me. I'm gonna have to be a little bit fancier. I can't brute my way through it. Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, that's just in the game, though. That's not necessarily historically authentic. But yes, when we do the Via Argentum quest... Ouch, I dodged too early.
Just you wait.
Anyway, yeah, when we do the Via Argentum quest, we can find out how much miners make.
You alright?
Hey, look at that, I finally did it.
Train a bit before, and here's your...
Yeah, if they're making 15 groschen a day, that's a lot of money at the time.
What are you waiting for? Come here.
So you're...
I suppose.
I wanna...
Are you sure you... Well, got the...
Yeah.
Get ready.
Leveled up strength.
I'll pull your guts out from your throat.
Rude. Got him.
Oh, aye. And go and...
There we go. But why do the drunken NPCs ask for 100 groschen? I know, it's a crazy amount of money to be just handing away.
Good day.
Well, Miller, even this sure great. I'll pass. You'll be. Yes.
All right.
When was you on feud? Do you? I do. The sack you want button off. Take care.
All right. We'll do these just mostly for the XP, because the thievery is what we need work on. Well, that and speech. Miners tell you that they get 0.5 groschen for one basket of ore between plus or minus 10 miners and 30 baskets a day. That's 1.5 groschen daily wage. So that's 45 groschen a month. Where are the sacks? Aren't they supposed to be in this wagon here? Or do I have to put them in the wagon? I don't remember where they are. There they are.
It's as light as a feather.
Vagan Macarian says it's a bit immersion breaking that Henry can be sitting on 20,000 groschen but doesn't have an option to give some of that money to Yitka during the story.
Pretty light.
It's really little when bread costs 5 groschen and an apple is 0.8 groschen. Well, that's the thing, is that video games have that problem all the time where they don't balance it, where you can make lots of money, you know, because you're the player, but other people will only be carrying a couple groschen because it's realistic that they should only have that much. But then if you look into the economy, how can they afford anything? You know, if a shirt or a pair of pants costs 25 or 30 or 40 groschen or something like that, you'd have to work for a month to get one pair of pants, according to that economy. You know, or like you said, if bread costs 5 groschen, that would be tricky to make that math work out.
Isn't getting any lighter.
Headson Lithuanian says, I really wish we could make our own coat of arms. That would be awesome. I already have a coat of arms in real life, so I would use that one. But it would be awesome if we could do that.
Pretty light.
Thank you. I was trying to look it up because 15 sounded too high from what I remembered. Yeah, that was all very useful information.
Light as a feather.
Well, the blacksmithing DLC will almost certainly be one that costs us a bunch of money to do. Because it's a private business. It's not like From the Ashes, because in From the Ashes we were rebuilding a settlement, like a whole settlement, and that was for a nobleman. Whereas here, if we're going to be doing our own business, it would make sense that we could pour a lot of money into it. QZY says custom coat of arms is not planned to be an update. Not as far as I know. That has not been mentioned in anything. Now, maybe there will be a mod at some point for it, which would be pretty cool.
I said, are you done?
You're milling some pretty peculiar grain here, Miller. It's got a bit of a metallic flavour to it.
Kurva. Can't you be more careful?
Tell me.
Oh, this guy yelling at me.
Yeah, you see. So thief, those.
I'll help.
That's intended. It's used.
Oh, and then you'll
Miller.
Where?
I can't. Just.
Not any.
Black
is that?
Just.
And where?
I had my
Pick them up.
doesn't. There's no. She's a.
I'd like.
Oh boy.
All
right.
Now we got to do the thing.
Greetings.
Bagan says, isn't it 30 plus coffers of silver, you mean corves of silver per mining foreman per day, one group of miners, and not per the whole mine, meaning they make 3 to 4 times more? Yeah, the shift, each shift does a certain amount. I'll do this a couple times. I mean, if they add armor smithing at all with the smithing DLC, then, you know, we'll be able to make tier 4 stuff, because we've already seen that tier 4 armor exists because of the simple brigandine you can find in Sigismund's camp. I would like it if we were making unique stuff. You know, it could even be like, I don't know how many of you played The Witcher 3, but in The Witcher 3, the Hearts of Stone DLC added in a special craftsman who could help you upgrade things better than anyone else, and he could upgrade all types of weapons and all that sort of stuff. But to make it work, you had to give him a tremendous amount of money. Like, it was huge. So it was great for end or late game content because, you know, there was something to sink all that money into.
Got nothing left to learn here.
Ah, beans. Can't do any more of that. But we got up to level 20. Ooh, our strength leveled up too. And main level. Local hero. Oh, I should have gone with Burger. Thievery we leveled up. That one's certainly useful. Weatherman says, I expect a few pieces of unique gear like KCD1, DLC shield and bow and whatnot. Yeah, well, from the Ashes DLC, yeah, with Pribyslavitz, because you got the Pribyslavitz boar, which is a type of new beer. You got the shield, you got the sinew longbow, there was several new horses. It was something. Where's the guy I'm supposed to be learning from?
Excuse me. What's what? Seems... But, you know, when you... So, the... Or... So, less... The... I need... And why is it... It's an all... You'll be able... Just as a... Oh, and who... Again.
Losing reputation. I feel like I shouldn't try asking that yet, because it's a hard skill check. Oh, I already have Quick Finger. Don't need that. Did I sell anything yet?
I'd like to do something about...
You see?
Pickpocket's hose. Huntsman's boots. I think that looks like a pretty good thieving outfit. Should probably go up and grab a shirt. We're building up a cut versus porpont. That'll work. Probably don't need the crossbow equipped on our stealth outfit. 30, 39, and 22? I'm sure that'll be good enough. Oh, wait. Need some gloves. Let's see what we can get. The cut purses gloves give us minus 51 for visibility. I also had pickpockets gloves, though. Cut purses gloves it is. Looking good. There are only 10 per group and 3 groups, but 3 foremen. Oh, you guys are still talking about that? Wonder how good we can get stealthier with the noise debuff. I mean, pretty loud. Our base noise level completely naked is like 25, so it definitely is harder to be stealthy, but this should be good enough. I'm gonna switch back though for my transit back to the place. Or wait, let me double check to make sure that I'm okay. Obtain some thieves' clothing. Well, where's the guy I'm supposed to practice the takedowns and pickpocketing from? Because I would like that XP. There's a smokehouse. Is he still just... Okay, he's one of these guys over here. There he is. Normally he's waiting over by where we were.
Would you know? Yeah, but going on. Why the just they? I think all that. What did he say? But you're crazy. All right.
So
Now he'll go over to the right spot.
Surprising. Crazel hardly trusts anyone. He's a smart.
I'll switch back over to our cut purse.
Don't you even think about betraying him? That would end badly for you. Not to scare you.
Weatherman says, people, myself included, were previously getting silly numbers since some of the metal armor actually reduces your noise. I didn't futz with it too much. I haven't put too much effort into stealth outfits for a while. I might do it now that I'm playing in hardcore mode, and it's actually going to be, I imagine, more important to be stealthy at certain points in the game, so I might actually put some effort into maximizing a stealthy outfit. But for most of the game, once I got my thievery and stealth skills high enough, I didn't even switch to a stealth outfit anymore. I just kept a suit of armor on me, a suit of heavy armor, a suit of light armor, and then a suit of high charisma clothing.
Well,
you bet.
Then what?
I just
first of the front.
No problem.
Oh yeah.
I'll take
That you
don't worry.
Show me how.
All right.
What are you waiting for?
Done.
Very nice.
Here you go.
That's it.
Yes.
I'm going to do it as many times as he lets me. It's not what I wanted.
I've got it.
Oh.
Yes. That's that.
You're good at this.
Yes.
I did a video once looking at how accurate they did the economy in Red Dead Redemption 2, and it wasn't horrible compared to a lot of games that I've, examined before, but basically, the conclusion I came down to is for gameplay reasons, they definitely didn't make the average person have nearly enough money.
Or you'll get caught. Want to try again?
Because, yes, you as the player could afford things, but based on how much money you could find on any random person, there's no way anybody in that world would be able to afford to buy anything. And so the economy would, of course, just collapse. All right, we leveled up again.
Why not? Well then, just...
All right.
UV says, the right light armor can be stealthy as low as 30 noise, but I decayed with the perk. Well, that's what I'm saying, because our base is no longer 0, so you can't get down to 0 as far as I can tell. The lowest you can get in hardcore with that perk is 25. Someone who doesn't know of your presence with ranged weapon, your target will suffer a combat skill debuff. Dirtier you are, ordinary man, people forget crimes you commit more quickly. I like that one. Thievery. Master Thief. Minigame. Committing a crime. Still be careful because looting an unlocked chest like this is still a crime. Inconspicuous. That'll probably help.
In such a way that I don't notice. That's how it should be.
Yeah, it's best to, even though it might be annoying, it's best to take advantage of these stealth training sessions here because you don't actually get in trouble for it.
Can I
Why not? Quit dawdling and get over here. Come over here. Come to me.
Can I?
Yeah.
All right.
Tough shit. At this rate, you'll get caught right away. Want to try again?
Not sure what I'm actually supposed to be doing here. Oh, there's the pickpocketing.
I did it.
You're good at this.
Yes.
Oh, you messed that one up. Try again.
Here.
Not too shabby.
JH said, when I did this on my first playthrough, a woman walked past and alerted the guards. That sometimes happens, and it's certainly annoying.
Yes. I've got it.
Good.
Yes.
Mark Zuckerberg says, you can level up stealth and thievery much faster by simply putting expensive stuff in a target's inventory, taking everything else, and then stealing them one by one. That's true.
So, all right. I didn't fight back the first time. This time I won't make it so easy. Remember, if your victim is able to defend himself, you can still turn things around. But it'll be a close call, shall we?
Yes.
All right. Let's do it.
You
Whoops.
shit!
I missed it.
Not like that. Try again.
All right. Let's do it.
Nice choke. I'm still seeing stars.
John Cartier says, I find it funny people use a Shrek mod in KCD2. I have not seen that one.
Looking for something in there? Thief! You'd better pay me compensation, you blackguard.
I'm sure we
Blackguard? You mean blackguard?
Not only you want.
Alright, let's talk our way out of this.
After all.
Well, let. Christ, that's.
I want to.
Do you want to?
Let's continue.
All right.
I thought he still curses at you for trying to knock him out, even though it's a practice session. It's definitely a weird situation.
One last time, and for real.
All right.
Ow, ow, ow.
Ow, ow, ow.
Strengthen those arms in such a way that I don't notice. That's how it should be. That's all that's to it.
Oh.
Just one more thing. Not only can you choke someone out, you can even send them to their maker. For that you need a dagger. And now, would you like to try that takedown on me again?
Yes, please.
Ouch! You took me down nicely. I saw you doing it, though. You gotta watch out for that, otherwise you'll get caught. What the? Where are you sticking your hands, you thief? You'd better pay me compensation.
So I should keep doing that because that way I can keep getting speech XP.
Let's talk about this.
Not only you want.
I should have.
Well, let.
Because we get speech XP every time I do that. I mean, we lose reputation, but... Weatherman, that's what I was thinking. Would you like to try stabbing me with a dagger? Alright, let's get to, Suppose we might as well just go to Troskovitz and steal the thing for the miller while we're waiting to do our, what's it called? The morning mission. Weatherman says, poor guy must have lost so many brain cells from constantly blacking out. Yeah, you'd think he'd be, not so smart. But then again, he does let people do that to him, so maybe that's evidence that he's not so smart. Best Kool-Aid says, where can you find the level 4 armor? Which level 4 armor? Oh, you're talking about the one piece in the game? Up in the upper ring of Sigismund's camp in the Kuttenberg region, in one of the tents up there. I believe it's the one that belongs to the Cuman commander, whose name I can't remember. Kurthan or something like that. It's sitting there on a rack. It's a brown, simple brigandine, and it's the only level 4 armor in the game. The Angry Danimal says, so you inspired me to delete my hardcore run and start one with all the debuffs. This is how the game should be played. I think I went the wrong way. But also, I checked the map as if I could, you know, if that would help me. Because I think I just went here. I needed to go here.
Whoa.
Take it easy, horse. Chertan. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. I couldn't remember the name. But yes, I believe it's in his tent. You can find it on an armor stand there. I don't know if it is in the game accidentally or if it was intentionally put there, but it's Henry level. So, I find it interesting that somebody in the world has level 4 armor that is, as far as we know, bearing the mark of Master Smith Henry. I think there's a good chance that it was either put there intentionally or accidentally, but that when we start the blacksmithing DLC, we'll be able to smith our own armor, and, you know, that way get ourselves up to level 4 armor.
Go. Go. Keep it up. Whoa.
Oh boy, Pebbles. That's a good point, Best Kool-Aid. We do find in-world Henry level potions, so a little immersion breaking. Well, then again, from Henry's perspective, they're Henry level. We have no reason to believe that nobody else can be possibly as good as making potions as Henry is. Okay, I thought these were bandits, but now I'm thinking this is a caravan. Okay, we're back up to Seamine. We'll just keep riding through Seamine, and we'll go to Troskovitz, so we can steal that document and bring it back.
Go.
Mark Zuckerberg says, how will they even make a minigame for smithing armor? I just don't see a single way that's possible. I mean, they'll probably just do it similar to...
God bless you, pilgrim.
to how they do the blacksmithing, you know? You'll probably take a lump of metal and hammer it out. You know, because there's already things in the game that you can smith where the animation doesn't match it perfectly. So I don't think it would be too abnormal to say that they'll just have one generic armor smithing animation, and you'll use that to make any piece of armor.
Quick.
Lobster says, are there more weapons in the game and more linear progression, or do you just find a good one and have it forever? You can kind of do both. You know, you can, it is fully possible to find a halfway decent sword at the beginning of the game and use it for the entire game.
Come on.
But there are always better weapons. Well, there's not always better weapons. Once you've gotten either the story-related sword, which I don't want to spoil anything there, but once you've gotten that, there's a good chance you'll use that for most of the game. Or if you get like a level 4 dueling longsword or something like that, there's a good chance you'll use that for the whole game. But it's not linear progression. It's not like once you get to this point in the game, you will have this weapon and you'll have that until you get the next one. It's not like that.
Just a bit further. Go!
Oh, whoa.
Alex Plays says, do you think the level 4 Brigandine is an Easter egg for the smithing DLC? I think it might be. Like I said, it could be accidentally included, but I like to think that they put it there intentionally so people would find it and kind of, you know, anticipate the smithing DLC even more. Alright. We'll leave him with the rest of his stuff. I'm not here to murder, I'm just here to rob. Hopefully there's no one sleeping down here. Alright, we're in the clear so far. We'll try lockpicking it first, because I want the XP.
Ah, damn.
Oops. Say I want to try getting it a little bit closer.
Damnation.
Swords and axes are generic shapes. I mean, kind of, but you know, if you have the Brunswick, the Treasures of the Past DLC or whatever, so you can do the Brunswick polearm. That one is. They use the axe forging shape for that, or the axe forging method for that one.
Ah, damn.
Try a different position. Yeah, I know, but I didn't have any reason to murder him. I got his keys, so I don't need to lockpick this. I just want the XP.
Damnation.
Ha! JH, that's a good point. I forgot about that. Hilarious. Alright, so I feel pretty stupid for forgetting the quick finger potion. Alright. We'll just go ahead and take all of that.
That's Krazel's document.
We'll go ahead and read that right away, too. Is there anything else we can lockpick while we're down here? Get some extra XP? Do you even need a reason to not murder or even murder them? I don't need a reason. But if I've got a reason, you know. Excellent. Right now, I just want to get some XP.
Who left the door open?
Oh, crap. See if I can get out of here without him spotting me. Alright. Nobody spotted me. I was perfectly
How's
stealthy.
the watch going?
Alex Plays says, has this hardcore mode actually been challenging, or more like KCD1 where it became very manageable? I mean, it's more challenging. It's still manageable, though. It's both. Because, yes, it's been more challenging, but it's also very manageable. Does anyone in this game actually fully read lore books? I've read most of them at least once.
Quick!
UV says he's finished normal hardcore with only 3 negative perks and it's manageable. Yeah, I mean, the more negative perks you take, the more of a challenge you're going to get. I took all of them. Andre Luis Assis says, stop right there, criminal scum. I think I went the wrong way. Gotta go off-roading.
Go!
Where are we? Is this Shelyov?
Quick!
Yeah, I've read them.
Quick!
They're not that long. Most of them are like 1, maybe 2 pages long, but that's 2 in-game pages. It's nothing like a real-life book. Oh, it's really dark.
Quick!
That was a person robbing a
Come on.
body.
Quick!
That's the tavern up there. Whoa.
Whoa.
You should stop so I can... Because now that I saw a spot that where I know I am. So I'm here. If I ride around Rock Tower Pond and keep following the road, I'll be taking the long way, but I'll get there. Because I believe I'm headed down this road right now. Yeah, it's super easy to get lost in here in hardcore mode, but if you go until you see a landmark that you can identify, you know, then it's not too horrible.
Quick!
Plus, this isn't the worst thing in the world anyway, because I would like to have gotten Pebbles to be the good horse version of Pebbles before I start the mission, so that way nobody will be like, oh, what an ugly horse you've got.
Quick!
Hey, it stopped raining. Hey, since I'm going this way, this is the first time I've gone this way in this playthrough, so I'll stop at that bandit camp by the ambush site and I'll check and see if my money's in the chest. It's probably not because we've spent too much in-game time. Alright, let's save our game. Ooh, that was close. I almost went into combat without our armor on. I mean, it's not that big of a deal because we saved, but... I mean, I could stealth kill him. That could be fun. Or I could try to stealth kill him, I should say. I'll start with the ones that are awake. That's probably the smart thing to do. Mark Zuckerberg says, why didn't you claim the 60-speed horse at the ambush von Burgos Men POI if you want a good horse since it's better than Pebbles? Can't tell if that's a bandit over there. I don't know. I feel like we just kind of committed to the whole Pebbles thing early in this playthrough and we've been sticking to it. Well, let's go check the chest and see if our stuff is in there. Hey, look at that. Everything we put in there is still in there. The weighted dye, the 1,403 groschen, all the food, the leather gloves, everything. Nice. Alright. We've got 2 successful stealth kills so far. Let's see if we can get some more. Okay, there's nobody sleeping over here. There's 2 people in there and 2 people out here. Well, the likelihood of us getting all of these people successfully stealth killed is probably not great, but we'll give her a try.
I'll gut you like a pig. Attack! Come and help us! Hey! Everyone get over! Fucking son of a bitch!
Well, that went relatively smooth. Pebbles will be better. I kind of want to use herring on this run, but it's hard to part with Loyal's Hell Pebbles. I will go with herring, as I said in the, I believe it was the first stream, even though I'm doing the level up Pebbles thing right now, I will end up going with herring either way because I have a mod that turns herring black. And so you can, once you've gotten herring up to the max level or whatever, it's one of the best horses in the game. And then it can also be a black one. Lockpick. Now we're rocking and rolling. Got some more level 3 stuff. Not much, but oh, we can't even carry it all. Should probably just drop some of it then, huh? Bummer. Alright, let's just drop the level 1 stuff first. Probably drop the spoiled food as well. Can we eat? We could eat. So let's eat. I'll drink a beer too. Yeah, we're good for eating then. I'll drop the level 1 stuff from the horse too. That way we'll be able to fit more on the horse. Hey, look at that. That did it. You're not our horse. Yuvi says, when you get so many enemies asleep, just walking around for them for 1 minute will boost your stealth. That's a good point. Yuvi says, if you get herring, Hans wins the race. That's true. That is the problem. I mean, you can get herring. You don't have to get herring right at that point. You can get herring at any point. And, because you can always go back and get herring later.
Whoa.
Huh, more bandits.
God help you if you try to hide anything. I got nothing to give you. Fuck!
I just wasted that shot attempting to kill the person that they were trying to rob.
What the? You're mine.
No, I'm not.
I'm all yours.
Ah, this one at least said he was mine. That feels more accurate.
No, no. Fuck.
He could take a couple hits. It wasn't bad. Yes, I know that if you use the black herring mod, then the red herring joke doesn't make sense. But if you keep this in mind, black horses are cooler. Yeah, you gotta think about it that way. Now I'm going to be walking over encumbered again. But it's totally worth it for all that loot that I must carry. I wonder if Redneck Zeus is here. I haven't heard from him for a while. Redneck Zeus, you still in the chat? Look, a fire up there. I wonder if that's significant. Who's this person walking with a torch here? Just a random wayfarer? Is that a cumin? I want a white Arabian like in Red Dead. Hey, cumin. Trying to think if there's not any small white, like clear looking white horse that you could possibly pass off as an Arabian in this game to the best of my knowledge, but there are a couple white horses you can get. I mean, in the first game I most often, at least until I could get Shadowmere, I most often used what was the Warhorse Yenda. I mean, Shadowfax was also white, but that was from the Ashes, just like Shadowmere. Yuvi says Paisak Lad is black and probably the best all-around horse in the game. Paisak Lad is the one that I ranked at number 2. Behind Herring 2. And then Pebbles 2 I ranked at number 3. Andre says, hi cumin, bye cumin. Yeah, I typically kill all the cumins I find. I feel like for Henry it makes sense, roleplay-wise, you know? Alright, I just went around this corner, so if I keep going, I will make it there. Okay. Of course, I could go up to the Nomads camp and sell some of this crap I'm carrying. I'm gonna do that. Should be right here? Or am I too early? I'm not sure. Alright, now we'll be able to tell because we found a boar hunting spot. Okay, good. We're at the right spot. We went a little bit farther than we needed to, but not too much. I agree, Vaughan. I find it very annoying that if you take Von Bergov's horse to the guy that's supposed to, you know, allow you to take stolen horses, they'll be like, I'll get hanged for this. That's annoying. There should be I mean, it's fine that he would say that, but then there should be an option like, I will give you 5,000 groschen if you do this or whatever. You know, there should be a buyout option. Yes, Andre agrees with me. Henry would kill any cumin on sight. That's how I play the game, is because I feel like Henry would. Weatherman says, I killed every human in sight until the friendly cumin camp quest and then let everyone live. Exactly. Exactly. At that point in the game, there's no way Henry would care if Von Bergov was happy or not. So why would he want to return his horse to him? He wouldn't. Should I try hardcore mode in both games? Yes, Head Sound Lithuanian, I think you should. I am assuming that you've played at least one of the games already, otherwise it would be weird for you to be asking that. But as long as you're familiar with the concept of the game, hardcore mode is very doable. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I could totally see an argument to paying 5,000 groschen, or even if they want to make it something that the average player isn't going to be able to afford, 10,000 groschen. You know, whatever. UV pointed out, I was talking about Kinchem, the famous Hungarian racehorse that is in the game, is the fastest one in the game, and is named off of a real, like I said, Hungarian racehorse who won 54 races. Which is crazy. What do we got here? Improved piercing arrows? Nice. We're gonna wait until morning so I can sell some stuff. Hopefully it's not too late, so then we'll have to do it again when we go back to Seamine. Head South Lithuanian says, I played both games. I have many hours in both games, but never touched hardcore. I love the hardcore mode. So if you played both games and you enjoyed both games, yes, I definitely recommend it. You could, I mean, at this moment in time, yes, you could, if you've got the full version of the first game, and you've never done hardcore, I would honestly start a fresh hardcore playthrough on the first game, all negative perks, and then once you've played through that, you know, I'd do the same thing for the second game. On the bright side, we're at a, there's a fence in this camp, so we can even sell the stolen stuff, so we'll be able to get rid of everything in our inventory that we do not want.
You look just like that Gajo that Araka was talking about.
Oh, I should probably eat something, huh? We'll drink a wine, and then we'll eat some dried food. There we go. Weatherman says, hardcore doubled my love for KCD1. It really engrosses you into the environment more than anything else. That's the thing. It takes away fast travel, and it takes away a lot of just the, you know, ease of use type things. Get a level 3 pickpockets hood from him. Buy these kits right away.
Worried about the...
That way we can fix our stuff before we sell a bunch of it. I like how I can repair the weapon stub.
Oh, sei gesund.
I mean, it makes sense that the raid on Seamine would move on without you, but I've never tried that, so no, I did not know that offhand. It's cool. Oh, I could have read that book overnight instead of sleeping. Alright, well, let's sell the stuff now.
How's what?
Wrong?
Is there any?
Indeed.
I have you.
Mine.
What?
What's you?
How's it going?
Oi, for was Eva and those.
How's it?
Oi, for was Eva and those.
Show me your way.
Hardcore stub only playthrough. That might be difficult. Alright, let's sell a bunch of stuff. Nice. Alright, then we'll sell all the level 2 and 1 stuff that we've got on us. Indiscriminately. Wow, there's a lot. Might as well sell, I guess, some of the food while we're at it. Stuff that I'm not going to eat anyway.
I'd like to do.
Well. I agree.
Damn, he really lets you talk him into anything. Alright, let's check and see if we still have anything on us. Not that much, but we did get a couple level 3 things, so that's exciting. Well, I guess we're just going to go straight to Seamine. Man, I'm glad we stopped here. Loke England said, how do you have 25k plus?
Excuse me.
I don't know. We've been selling a lot of shit in this episode. I have not been paying close attention to how much we've been making.
Nice and slow.
Angry Danimal says, are you playing modded at all? There are some mods, none of them that are too gameplay. There's only one that's affecting gameplay in a serious way, and it's that we have a mod installed that gives traders a lot more money, so we can actually sell stuff to them with, you know, and make money. Other than that, we have a mod that makes herring black. We haven't gotten to the point in the game where that matters at all, but that's one of the mods that is installed. Other than that, I have the Kobila arms pack thing installed. So apparently at a trader somewhere, there's going to be some armor and clothing and stuff that is appropriate for... oh, crap. Okay. Mesta123 says, do you have work tomorrow? I do at 6 a.m., so I'm off to bed soon. I work every day. What the hell? Well, at least we didn't die. Of course, got a little turned around and all of that, so I'm not 100% sure where I am now. Well, this is clearly a place. Is this... No way! I got to the right spot. Awesome. Well, I mean, one of the right spots. It's not Seamine. Oh, he is down there. Alright, Crazel, we got your thing for you.
Did you? Don't tell. Are you not? Is it that?
What's my day job? I'm a stripper.
That's what. And how it sounds. Well, I'm
stuck. Happy would.
UV says, I find that getting good ending is more with not killing Von Aulitz and Brabant and dueling Istvan, saving Seamine and Malashov, and not letting friends die. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to burn anything down. You don't want to let your friends die. I also got the good ending as long as you kill... You duel Istvan, you don't kill him like a dog, like you give him a chance or whatever, and you... I killed Brabant in mine, and I killed... Von Aulitz in the more honorable way or whatever. Should probably just finish off these dialogues so I can move back onto Seamine. We're supposed to be doing the Seamine mission.
I did never drop an assault. So I have no. Or is it nothing up the cup? Those white thanks to Buck.
So much dialogue. We're just speedrunning the dialogue.
Alright, just an all. Yeah, Bonnie, but for you. So this Bonnie is not the main. Hold you. If you don't, she'll take. That's a. How can there's a from? Oh, she's just, well, right on. So the.
There we go. All right, we're here, so we'll launder our clothing and put the level 3 stuff into the chest. I guess I'll have to make sure I have it all in my inventory and not on the horse. Yeah, see? That's why we double check.
I apologize.
Not yet, you don't. Crossbow looks cool. Where do you get it? Yes, that is. I have the Artemis crossbow equipped from the Gold Edition. So here's the question: if you don't kill Von Aulitz at the end or whatever, is there a way to get his armor? Because I always just see it on the rack, and Henry says, "Oh, like my father always said, blah blah blah," but there's no way to pick it up. If I left him there, would there be a way to pick it up? Because that's something that I've wondered. I gotta repair all this stuff. Must be Taylor's stuff. I was like, I know there was stuff to repair. There we go. Put that away, put that away, put that away, put that away. Alright, we're back down to 150. Time to get moving. Hopefully it's still early enough of the day to go up to Seamine, otherwise we're gonna have to wait another day and that'll be really annoying.
Go. God. Quick.
G59 Pluto says, is Pebbles worth unlocking the secret perk? My first playthrough I replaced her for Yezhik's horse after I got it back from Sigismund's camp. Yezhik's horse was fast. I mean, you can do it either way. Pebbles becomes the third best horse in the game overall once you've ridden her for 35 kilometers, and you can get her free, and so for roleplay reasons, you know, whatever. That's a thing. And you can do the same thing with Red Herring once you've gotten Herring up to 50 kilometers of having used. Speaking of which, I should check and see if I'm at that yet, because I feel like I should be getting pretty close. Distance ridden 31.74 kilometers. The worst thing about Pebbles is that even after it's been improved, it has a Pebbles has a very low base bravery. You can go either way. For me, I just like having a horse with decent stats that I like the look of. Like, I want it to be one of the best horses in the game stat-wise, but I also want it to be black.
I'm ready to set out.
All right. Stay.
As you say.
Yay, I got back in time. Of course, now Henry's tired. Oh, now we just have to follow. Yeah, Yuvi agrees that Sir Yezhik's horse is a good and is braver.
I know you told me not to jump to any conclusions, sir, but I can't help myself.
Well, for me, Andre, the bravery for the horse isn't so much about the fact that fighting on horseback, it's just that, like, riding past bandits or whatever, Pebbles will buck you off, and that is very annoying.
Like a stuck pig, and the bailiff, the bride's father, you'd get more blood out of a stone than coin out of him, and then he behaves like I shit golden eggs just because I'm a nobody.
Yeah, see, Gumby Scout agrees. That's the main thing, is when you have the low bravery, you're constantly finding yourself getting kicked off your horse.
He's going too far.
You know how those Moravians are. It's in his blood.
Aye, I noticed. But they're getting too much to handle. Him and his cronies.
Obata Benjar says, I think the bravery of Pebbles is bugged from what it actually is. I've heard that. People have told me that.
Is that true, Henry?
It was nothing. Just a bit of a friendly brawl. They clearly had a skinful. I can understand it.
Well, I've sure as hell got no understanding for it. I hope they didn't hurt you.
Young Henry here gave Yurko a nice hammering.
Oh, that's no surprise. The fella can hardly stand upright most of the time.
You'd have to get up early to catch them sober. But they wasn't that drunk as to give Henry an easy fight.
Look here, lad. If you're such a champion, I'm sure you'd accept the challenge of an old man like myself.
It would be an honor, sir.
Excellent.
Jean Cartier says, best all-rounder horses, or horse. I made a video about that where I did composite scores for them, and the top three I did were just as an all-around horse. At number 1, it was Herring after you've leveled Herring up, you know, with the 50 kilometers. Then it was Pizek Lad, then it was Pebbles after Pebbles has been upgraded all the way. I don't remember who I ranked it 4 and 5. But the video's on my channel if you're interested. Because it, what I did for that one, because I did a video early where I just ranked them based on each stat, so that way if someone wanted to know what the fastest horse is or the best carrying capacity, etc., I had a video for that, but then after that I mathematically created composite scores for each horse based on where they rank in each respective stat, and then use that to compile a composite score for the all-around best horses, and that's what I did that second horse ranking video. Erie V23 says you can increase bravery with the Dragon Brit. Well, that's the thing, is that a lot of the stats, not all of the stats, but, you know, bravery and, like,
So, we're here.
things like that can be supplemented with the correct horse equipment. Well, Gnarly's getting back on his horse. For some reason.
All right, son. You're going to hold on a mo.
What weapon would...
What would you like?
A mace.
Well, you can have my cut.
Thank you.
Save the
Alright, time to use Gnarly's club. Ah! I was not ready for that fight. I didn't... I totally expected some conversation before we fought. Alright.
Get over here, you warrior. What do you say, son?
You really gave me the runaround.
G59 Pluto says, do you think I can still buy Red Herring after I refuse to keep it? Yeah, you can. You can go back and buy it at any point. And if you sell it for a different horse, you can go back and get it again. Same with Pebbles. If you get a different horse, you can always go back to Seamine and get Pebbles again. Unless Seamine gets burnt down.
Henry. Even my cudgel. But take care of the old fella. He might be just a piece of wood. But
The Dragon Chanfron is pretty ugly. You're not wrong about that.
And since you won, I've got something else for you as well. Sir, my...
True enough.
Thank you.
There we go. Now that we got that little fight out of the way, let's put our sword back on. But we got Gnarly's club and Gnarly's shield, so that's how you get those two unique items. As I'm sure, you know, most of you probably already knew. If you flatter him there and participate in that fight, Seamine really likes you. So, it's always good to make sure you do that. Herring? Herring will always be up at Trosky Castle after you refuse him. You can talk to the guy that sells him there, and you can always pick him up after that.
Ah, I needed that. It's good to stretch the limbs every now and again. And you're pretty handy, youngster. You should come to the courtyard, and Gnarly here will give you a good education in the art of the sword.
I call it the art of not getting skewered as soon as you step foot outside the village. But do come, Henry. We've got a nice arena in Seamine. It ain't no abandoned pig pen.
I prefer abandoned pig pens, thank you very much. I really like doing the missions with Seamine and Gnarly, because it reminds me of Sir Divish and Sir Robard from the first game, and I really liked them.
Clear you're not from Trosky.
I'm from Silver Scallops, sir.
Aha! Now I understand
Ha!
why you're here.
Chandler Tracy says, I forgot I had poison on my weapon and almost killed Seamine. That's funny.
Sir. I have work here, and a lot of scores to settle.
You want to get revenge for what happened back home? That usually doesn't end well. You'd be
Yeah, but I really like Seamine. He just seems like a genuine guy. And I like Gnarly, too. So they're two of my favorite NPCs in the entire game.
There's no helping the dead anyway.
That's nice advice, sir. Only women will tie you down, lad. Better to go and see a bit of the world. You're doing the right thing.
I wish I was wearing green. I feel so out of place. Vagan Macarian says, not having more missions with Gnarly is a missed opportunity. I agree. I wish there was more The two maps thing, I get it. It makes sense for the story, and it makes sense for, like, technical reasons. But having them split up is one of the flaws in the game, I think. Because, like I said, I understand why it exists, why it's this way. But it means that we don't get to interact with these characters as much, and so therefore they're automatically not as well integrated into the story. And I really like them. They're two, like I said, they're two of my favorite characters in the entire game, and I really love these missions. So it just sucks that once you leave this region, you know, you can come back and talk to them, but it's, you know, mostly pointless.
So, we're in Troskovitz. What now, sir? Should I go to the bailiff?
They are very
Perhaps
likable.
We might have seen someone.
Well, that makes sense. But the young fella here should do it. If the bailiff sees you, he'll guess I'm in the village and come and bother me. And I'm really not in the mood today for any bombardment of complaints.
I understand, sir. All right, Henry. Run along to the rat house and inquire about that wagon.
Why is there a guy with an axe standing behind me?
Are we clear?
About who? Since you're not here.
I wonder if they found that caravan that I ambushed, and now they're mad at me or something. There's a guy standing behind me with an axe. I don't know what he wants.
I'll handle this, criminal. It was you. Surrender, now.
What?
Easy now. I surrender.
Oh, when I came and robbed
Don't
them.
just go about threatening people. You'll have to pay a fine.
Alright, let's see if we can talk our way out of this. Should be able to.
I was recently...
You're alright.
Okay. Vagan Makarian says, I also like Tinnik, the Devil, Adder, and Kubienka. Compared the Dry Devil to Istvan seems weird. The Devil is a lot more likable. Yeah, but I think he's likable because he's on your side. You know, there's that automatic bias that the story can use with him because he's on our side. He's not hostile towards us. I think if you look at him from the outside perspective, like, yes, Istvan Toth is a very unlikable person. So, but that's written into it, you know?
Master Bailiff.
Alright, we're gonna skip through this chat.
Yeah. You saw
Yeah.
I am glad I like it.
It seems you...
Of course, Lord who's...
I understand.
That's not only...
You ought to... I understand. Do you know... Why is that?
Well, that...
That'll be...
The guy with the axe is just standing there, menacingly. Alright. I do like Kubienka a lot. I mean, he's kind of annoying for that first mission, but after that I like him a lot.
They were spotted here, sir. Going to the east, towards Apollonia.
So to Yitchin? The bastards. And what about my goods?
Oh, they were driving so fast, it was falling off the cart.
The thieving scum. Let's hurry. To Yitchin.
To Yitchin.
I could send a message to the Yitchin captain of the guard.
Oh, it'll take too long. We'll go and get them ourselves.
I like how Seamine is just finding excuses so he can not have to deal with the preparations at home.
If I have to choose between riding to Yitchin and listening to Dorothy's endless fussing,
Redneck Zeus says, the only time I reloaded to a previous save was after the Seamine Massacre just because I liked them so much. That's the thing. They're so likable. In my first playthrough, I had the right instincts and I kept it secret from Von Berghoff because I didn't trust Von Berghoff. I was like, yeah, this guy's not trustworthy. So I automatically felt like I shouldn't be so open and upfront with him. Plus, whenever I'm playing a game like this, especially if it's people I like, but in any case, I like to keep as many people alive as possible. Because you never know what sort of side content or missions or even little bits of dialogue you'll miss because someone was killed.
will you give over with that? I'll bet my brains.
What would happen if you killed Wojtek before the wedding?
That'd surely be the best
I don't know.
outcome.
I don't know if you can kill Wojtek.
Let's go then.
Oh yeah, well, the Dry Devil's a real historical person. As far as I know, Istvan Toth is not. Because Hinnik of Kunstadt first of all, I don't know if he's a lord, because I don't know if he has any land, but he's a noble of some sort in real life. And at one point controlled a very, very important castle. So, like, he was some sort of a high-up muckety-muck by birth, but he chose this life as this ravaging robber baron in the service of Wenceslaus, Jobst of Moravia, but by extension, Wenceslaus, for reward. Seamine wants adventure, and he doesn't want to have to keep dealing with the wedding because it's driving him nuts. So like I love that he's like, yes, we need to go, and I need to handle this personally.
Praying to the patron saint of lost things. Go and have a look along the road, Gnarly.
G59 Pluto wants to know what's my favorite armor. I really like the Milanese stuff, and I definitely, like I've said a couple times in the stream, my favorite look is a full suit of plate armor, but no helmet, with a mail collar, and then a sleeveless Waffenrock with, you know, on it. I just love the way that looks. Alright, we gotta find a thing. Up here. There's the thing.
A sack of charcoal? That could have fallen off the cart.
I mean, yes, the Dry Devil is certainly more competent than Istvan Toth. I mean, Istvan does accomplish quite a bit in the first game, but, you know, we foil him, and so that makes it... We get this bias automatically of,
Found anything?
There's a sack...
of not liking him and thinking he's kind of a putz.
We're getting close. I can feel it in my bones.
Jean Cartier says, in my opinion, Jobst is very unlikable, and that's rich coming from me who likes being diplomatic. Well, he is an unlikable person, and if you look at it historically speaking, the conversation that you can have with Markvart von Aulitz in this game, where he talks about Jobst, is accurate. Jobst is... He's a political, backstabbing, conniving guy. I would not like him in real life. Adrian says, well, I just killed him in his sleep. And on before the wedding, I guess we'll find out, lol.
That's a tough question, sir. But nothing happens on God's green earth without his will. If that's the way God wants it, there's nothing you can do.
None of this would be happening if we had a king. And I mean a real one. Not Wenceslas or Sigismund. Oh, anywhere that's not ruled by a strong hand, all sorts of things go wrong.
Especially when you've got Moravian relatives eating you out of house and home.
I wasn't paying attention to the setup for that response, so I was like, oh, should I do economically or should I do theologically? Because, yeah, I was not listening. I was reading chat and I feel like talking, so... I like how they just walk past this. There's a bag of charcoal sitting there and deep tracks turning off, and they just ride past it because they're old.
Oh, hold up.
I'm blue. I look and yeah. Very well.
The blacksmith's cart. And someone went to a hell of a lot of trouble to hide it from the road.
Hey! I found the blacksmith's cart! Come here!
Head Sound Lithuanian says Jobst probably wants a throne. Yeah, I mean, I have some history videos on my Parry This channel going over all these characters, Wenceslaus, Sigismund, Jobst of Moravia, all of them. And in those videos, I explain it from a historical point of view fairly well. But yeah, I mean, he ends up getting a crown. I don't remember which ones he ends up getting, and it's not for very long because then he dies. Because that's one of the funny things about this power struggle here between Jobst, Wenceslaus, and Sigismund is that kind of everybody achieves their goals somewhat and then dies shortly after, and then the next person gets to achieve theirs. Sigismund definitely achieves the most, but Jobst gets some stuff for himself. Wenceslaus gets freed and gets some stuff for himself, but then he doesn't live too much longer and then dies, and then the whole Hussite Wars happen and everything. But it's an interesting dynastic power struggle. Let me put it that way.
I spent a lot of time running around here as a young man.
Oh, not me.
Yeah, UV. Jobst was a turncoat. That's why when Markvart is like, yeah, you can't trust him. That's totally accurate. Jean Cartier says, John of Liechtenstein is someone I could enjoy drinking with and having a good old time. I did not know what to expect out of John of Liechtenstein in this game. I knew he'd be in the game, just based on history and stuff, but I didn't know what to expect out of him. So when he turns into kind of a Hans Capon light character who loves getting drunk, that was definitely a fun, unexpected little bit.
Headless horsemen, goblins, and white ladies. Every night we gather by the hearth.
And now they're talking and they're deaf, so they don't hear the people yelling right next to us.
I'll tell you, Captain, There isn't much I'm afraid of. But when that blind old crone was croaking her tales of devils...
To be fair, UV, whether or not Sigismund actually had anything to do with the execution of Jan Hus is a historically debated topic. Because he promised Jan Hus safe conduct to the church council where the papal schism was solved and everything, and where Jan Hus was burnt at the stake. But there are people who contest whether or not he was in support of that in any way.
In the forest chapel by Bohemia. Right, fuck he ordained you. Just 'cause old Stumble poured some pond water on your head.
I'll get you.
Took out one already. Took out two. Took out all three. Let's see what they say.
Oh, this day took it out of me and no mistake.
Took it out of
Ain't
him.
over yet, sir. Your goods ain't in.
Oh yeah,
None of them
Sigismund did promise safe conduct. And so, if nothing else, that should have been enough. But he also wasn't the only powerful person there. Plus, the decision to burn him at the stake was a church matter. It wasn't a purely secular matter. It's not like everyone was like, he should be let go, and then Sigismund burnt him at the stake. It's that Sigismund promised him safe conduct, and so that's why he went, and then he was found guilty of heresy and burnt at the stake. The funny thing about the whole situation is later after that, not even a ridiculous amount of time later, after the church was reunified, the Pope said that Jan Hus, he found him not guilty of heresy posthumously and said, no, he actually wasn't a heretic.
Hard to say. I've never actually seen them. But I don't think it was them.
Headson Lithuanian says, I don't like Liechtenstein. He's such a coward. I didn't think he came across as particularly cowardly. After the whole ambush at the castle thing, when the Jewish quarter's being raided or whatever, he wants to go back and help, which doesn't seem particularly cowardly to me.
As always. Let's go then. Are you ready, Henry?
I am. Let's go.
I thought we had everything clear, Venser. You tried to fuck with me, so until we ride out, you're gonna stick right there and keep your mouth shut.
We did everything you asked. We got the blacksmith cart and the goods.
Horse shit. You tried to fuck me. That bastard cousin of yours owned up to it.
It was his idea. I wanted nothing to do with it.
It makes no difference to me, Venser. You vouched for the crooked fucker. So now, it's on you. Actually, you could consider yourself lucky. If you hadn't saved my ass that time in Colleen, I'd have Goat Ear skin you alive.
Bastards. You can't trust anyone in these parts. Get ready, Gnarly. We are going to parley.
Like that time with the Johnny, sir.
Yes, exactly.
Only there was more of us that time, and less of them.
Oh, don't worry, there won't be a problem. They're just common thieves. Besides, I'll take young Henry with me.
What, me?
And if they're still feeling brave, you get to try out that new plaything of yours.
Ahem, gentlemen, I'm obliged to you for looking after my goods, but I'll take them back now. Just hand them over, and I'll let you go.
Oh, you must be from Seamine, sir. Well, of course you can have everything back. As long as you ask nicely, eh? Well, how about we do things differently? You lay down your weapons, and we can all have a nice little chat. I mean, I don't intend to go murdering local lords. I just want your coin.
That's very noble of you, sir.
What are you gaping at? At them!
Would you hold still? I have to kill you.
Fuck with us! Come on, man, him! We're gonna gut you, you whore son!
Where the hell am I being hit from? What the shit?
They got what they deserve, the fuckers! Henry! Hey, Henry! Are you listening?
Yes.
Come here!
What now?
One of them bastards fled into the rocks. Chase him down and bring him back.
I'll go and track him then.
Great. Hurry.
Okay, UV, so... you said correct, but if he didn't, the Reformation would happen there and then. Hus had to be forgiven so his followers could rejoin the church. There's problems with that statement because it's oversimplified. For one thing, the vast majority of the Hussites, at least the ones that Jan Hus would have claimed at all, did not ever want to leave the church. What they wanted was very simple reform, and almost all of it was adopted by the church very shortly after the Hussite War's conclusion.
I've got you now.
Because the church was convinced of it.
Hey, what?
But anyway, outside of that, there were multiple different factions. The Hussites were not monolithic. So, there's problems with that. The church did not have to forgive him. It was definitely the smart thing to do. But it's more than that. It wasn't just a symbolic thing. The church adopted almost all of the reforms immediately. I mean, there was one faction of the Hussites, the Calixtines, where all they cared about was the fact that at the time prelates were the only ones that received the wine or the blood when receiving communion, and they said all of the people should be receiving it. That was like their whole thing. That was the only problem they have with the church at the time. And after that, it's one of the things that was adopted by the church, is that whenever the supply was available or whatever, it was the whole congregation would be allowed to receive the blood as well as the body.
Could you wait a while?
All right, but I was happy.
Okay, that way I can get all my loot before we leave. All right, there's Gules. All right, let's loot all these bandits that we took out, because we don't want to leave all this valuable money sitting on the ground. Plus, if we do this, we can load ourselves down with literally everything they've got, and then we just get a ride back anyway, even though we'll be over-encumbered. AJ says, hello, fellow Skeleton survivors. How do you know we all survived Skeletons? Alright, let's lockpick this bad boy. And now that Gules will be added in, hey, we got a die. Got some stuff. That's good stuff. Alright, is there anything else here that I'm forgetting that I should grab before we leave?
His family's common as muck. And then there's the talk about money. They say you're hard up, sir.
Carry on like that and you'll get what's coming to.
Alright, I think we're ready to go then.
Sure.
A ride would be great. My legs are sore.
Wait until you're my age.
Very fascinating period. Lots of stuff going on. And that's why it's so interesting and so easy to remember, like, once you've done all the
Lord Seamine and the captain
research and stuff. We, of course, all died in our birth. Shouldn't I be able to talk to these guys? Bloke England says Banana Man. Who's Banana Man? Am I Banana Man? Is that guy Banana Man? Where's my horse? Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let me back on! No! Ah, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to whistle for my horse. Oh boy. Yeah, like I said, the Hussites were not monolithic. There were multiple different groups, including the Taborites, who were the most extremist sect, and they were eventually defeated by the main group whose name I'm forgetting the name of, who were under the command of Jan Žižka, at that time at least. They went and, because it wasn't just Hussites versus the nobles, it was the nobles. There were several groups of nobles leading different crusades against the Hussites, but there were also various times where the Hussites were fighting each other. That's why sometimes they'll be, they say the Hussite wars and not the Hussite war, because you have various different skirmishes, including Hussite civil wars, where they're fighting each other. I guess I'm not going to get a ride all the way back to Seamine, but that's okay, because I got a ride most of the way here, which is probably all we actually need. Do I have anything on my horse? I do not. AJ says, I can't even remember what happened last week. How can we be so sure about stuff that might have happened 600 years ago? Well, yeah, I mean, obviously there's that. There's plenty of wiggle room in there for things that may or may not have actually happened the way that it's recorded and remembered, you know. I can't possibly comment on that. All I can do is know, based on, you know, the books I've read and the stuff I've studied in relation to it, you know, and hope that it's as accurate as possible. The way that that sometimes works is that for most historical topics that are fairly well agreed upon by historians, there have to be multiple different first-hand accounts or contemporary sources that agree on enough details. So it's important to remember that most of the history we know is based on multiple different sources that corroborate each other. It's not all just one person saying, you know, each thing.
Excellent. You made a fine...
If that makes sense. We're currently losing some strength and agility because we're over encumbered. Hey, we got that one finally. Stealth we leveled up. Hitting a target unaware of you. Hells yeah. Thievery we leveled up. Combat we leveled up. See, we got all sorts of stuff leveled up. Always like a good opening strike. Brute force, of course.
Purchase, good sir.
Show me your way.
I mean, as far as certain things go, the period that we're playing in these games has a significant amount of research surrounding certain topics. So there are going to be certain things from the period that we don't know very much at all about, and then there was others that we know a lot about. Again, it all depends on how important the people or the events in question are to the grand scheme of things. It's why it's relatively easy to find specific information about King Wenceslaus, but it would be relatively difficult to find out specific information about a specific tradesman's guild or something like that, because there's a lot less people chronicling that specific thing, if that makes any sense. It's why we can know... Loke England says, the reason we know how swordsmanship looked back then is because of books and pictures. That's true. And we get a lot of our information about armor and clothing based on art, but the problem with art is it's oftentimes contemporary. So someone in the 14th century might paint something representing the 9th century, but it's very often anachronistic because they'll paint armor, oftentimes at least, that is contemporary to the period in which it's being painted, if you understand what I'm saying. So like, that's how we get extremely inaccurate medieval art, even though it's, you know, technically a first-hand piece of evidence.
We're never... I was glad to be of help to you, good sir.
Yeah, Henry you would not find any information about. Or, like I said, general lifestyle. So, it might be... the other day, just out of curiosity, my wife made some chicken dumpling soup, and she said, the soup looks medieval because it had big chunks of stuff in it. And I agreed it did, and I said, but offhand, I don't know when it became common to start putting dumplings in soup. And so I looked it up. I was like, when were dumplings invented? And of course, the answer you come up with is in China, a very long time ago. But then you try looking up, okay, so when was the modern conception of like the Polish soup dumpling invented? Much harder to find that information than it is to find out, you know, what conflicts Wenceslaus IV may have participated in. You know? So, it totally depends on how important the thing is that you're looking up.
I'd like to do something about...
That's too much. Why?
Henry of Skalitz does not exist as a specific historical figure. But like Yuvi says, almost all men-at-arms are nameless. It's not even just men-at-arms. Almost all knights are nameless. People can... This is, again, this topic of knighthood came up in the video that I made, and a lot of people in there are speaking as if they're experts on the topic, despite never having actually received any formal education in it. There were a lot more knights than most people realize, because it was two things. Yes, in a lot of places it would have been a social status thing that was much harder to attain, and made you much more of a muckety-muck. But at its base level, it was a military rank, and it could be attained for a million different reasons. But if... Oh crap, I'm supposed to still be going to Seamine. That was close. But if... I forget where I was going. I was talking about knighthood. Oh, but unless you owned land or a specific castle or participated in some sort of really noteworthy matter, the vast majority of history's knights are totally forgotten. Like, if we know their name, that's impressive.
Just a bit further.
So, like, yeah, it goes beyond most men-at-arms being not known. So it's entirely possible, not that he would be called Henry, he'd be called Heinrich, but that there would have been a person named Henry from Skalitz at this time. Totally possible. Very common name, for one thing. You know, Henry and or Heinrich would have been lots and lots of stuff. Lexi1397 says, ooh, I love chicken dumpling soup. I know, I'm also a big fan of it. It's definitely a crowd pleaser, and especially on a nice cold day, almost nothing better than a good bowl of hearty chicken dumpling soup. Dushman says, thousands of knights died at Agincourt alone. Exactly! Exactly. You take any large historical medieval battle, lots of knights that were probably very important in their own right, or had all sorts of prestige, and, you know, they probably did great deeds or whatever. But if it didn't impact some sort of a thing that was going to get chronicled, there's no reason that they would be remembered. You know, if we think about it, who's the most famous knight you can remember? Historical, real knight. So not a mythical knight, not someone from a video game, but if you think about it from history, I think of one knight in particular, and I'm wondering if it's the same one that you guys also think of. I'm not saying it's the only historical knight I can think of, but when I think of a medieval knight, I think of one man. Heinrich Schmidt or Heinrich Kobola. I mean, the surname was uncommon to have for anyone except for the nobility at the time that this game takes place. Common surnames, being for like occupations or nicknames or location names, did not become very common at all in the peasantry until like the 1600s. Okay, Dushman got it right. It is William Marshall. And Skylar Waite said the next one, El Cid. Those are the first two I think of. Well, see, the problem with Richard the Lionheart is we're talking about a king then. You remember kings because they're kings. There's lots of documentation about pretty much every king, well, certainly of England, because England had great documentation because they had monks. That's the thing is, you start getting really, really good documentation of historical things the moment these kingdoms adopt Christianity, because that brings in monks and they document what's going on. So that's why we have so much relative information from England, because they go straight from being a Roman territory, and so we have records from the Roman times, all the way up through a slight Dark Ages for England between Romano control and Christian Saxon control. And so there's very little periods of English history that exist that we don't have pretty good records for. But yes, William Marshall's the first knight I think of, and then after that it's El Cid. Black Prince of Wales, again though, we're dealing with royalty then. Adrian says, my brain thinks Holy Grail, then I wander into Lancelot. Exactly. We think of the ones from literature, right? A lot of people will automatically think of Arthurian knights, some of which are based on real people, some of which not so much. But that's because they exist in the written word. That's what's most important. Alex Play says, what about Jacques de Molay? There's another one. There's another one. Like I said, you can think of some. There's going to be some you think of. But it's, you know, there were tens, if not hundreds of thousands of knights. And the vast majority of them are totally forgotten to history. Shakespeare's Buddy says, did everyone know them or Google famous knights? Those were the top hits. I gotta brush up on my history. Sir John Hawkwood. Another solid bet. You guys are going through all the classics. Godfrey of Bouillon. Well, I mean, I did a documentary about Godfrey of Bouillon on Parry This, so that one, it's not entirely fair for me because I've studied all of this. And the reason why William Marshall will be the first one I think of is because the main area of medieval history that I've studied is English history. I've studied, specifically for the topics that I've covered regarding these games, I've studied into Bohemian history. My family also comes from Bohemia. Or at least my namesake, the namesake half of my family does. It's a German family and a German name, but for the last couple hundred years that my family was in Europe before we moved to the United States, well, at least the portion of us that moved here, we were actually living in or near a town that is in modern day the Czech Republic, and it would have been in the Kingdom of Bohemia at the time. So, there's all that. Ulrich von Liechtenstein was definitely a knight. No, not when he was Ulrich von Liechtenstein. Not until he was knighted as Sir William Thatcher was he actually a knight. Alex Play says, I think public perception of knights being cool would drop if it was more commonly known that it was not an especially high station. Yeah, it was certainly a higher station than being a man-at-arms or even a sergeant of the guard or something that would have conferred a certain level of prestige and authority and privilege. You know, a knight was a social standing. But there were all sorts of poor, insignificant knights for a long time because you could be knighted for doing anything particularly impressive if the right person wanted to knight you. And I mean, for example, there were lugubrious kings that would knight thousands of knights at once at ceremonies. They would pick out if they had won a battle or something like that, and they were feeling particularly generous, they would confer that. Again, and this is another misconception, people say they have to be given land. No, they don't. That's a landed knight. A landed knight is not the same thing as a knight. A landed knight is someone with land. The vast majority of knights were retainers. They were a member of someone's retinue, a landed knight's retinue, or a noble's retinue, or the king's retinue. That's what most knights were. Not all of them had land. I like how Gilles is already walking around fully armed. Armed and armored. He was just brought in here. Loke England says, have you heard of Fleur de Libery? I have not. G59 Pluto says, it's confirmed Dare to Game comes from nobility. My family's... we have a patronymic name. Which, and of course there's always the immigration stories that everyone says, you know, because basically everyone says, well, my family's related to King such and such or whatever from so far back. And it's really hard to confirm that. My name is a patronymic name, which means it almost certainly comes from nobility a long time ago. Because the types of names that you get are patronymic names, which means named after a father. It was, so you come from this person. That's where it comes from. They're much older style of names. And so if you have one, it means your family likely at some point was some level of nobility. Whether it was high or low, it doesn't matter. That's where those type of names come from. After that, you have nicknames. You've got occupation names, which is by far the most common ones. And then you have location names. You know, those are the ones that you'll get. So like nicknames, if someone has the last name Little or Small or something like that. Oftentimes those were a nickname. Location names are very popular. There's a family around my area that their last name is Nuremberger. They're clearly named after Nuremberg, the town, you know. But occupation names are very popular. Fletcher, Cooper, Smith, things like that. If you have a last name like that, your family is certainly not from nobility. But it, doesn't matter because it's so long ago that it's entirely insignificant anyway. We do have a coat of arms, though. My family does have a coat of arms. It's a gules or pelican in its piety all proper on a field of red. That's my arms. But anyway. Three of the greatest generals. IMO is Sun Tzu, Hannibal, and Scipio. The thing about military leaders and ranking them, I've always found it very difficult to do, unless you're ranking people from the exact same time period. Because otherwise it's hard because they learn from each other. So it's like Napoleon, very famous commander, and came up with some brilliant military tactics at the time. But then by the time of, his tactics were already being studied at West Point then, in the United States. So, American military leaders had studied Napoleon then. So, do you compare Ulysses S. Grant to Napoleon? Do you compare him to Patton? Do you compare Scipio to Alexander the Great? The problem is when you have these people vastly far apart that study each other, it's easier to be impressive the farther in the future you get. So like I said, that's why I've always found it really difficult to rank famous military generals or leaders in general. Jan Žižka is pretty impressive, because a lot of his stuff, to the best of our knowledge, was very, very innovative. Now, mind you, he's on the cusp of gunpowder and guns and stuff like that, but basically, Žižka came up with combined pike and shot warfare 200 years before most people, or almost 200 years before most people really broadly adopted it. So Jan Žižka is very impressive. Not to mention, if you consider the war wagons to be proto-tanks, which a lot of people do, that's way before most people came up with that. So that's one that is fairly easy to say, yes, Jan Žižka was a very impressive military mind. Shakespeare's Buddy says, was the movie A Knight's Tale with Heath Ledger about the real William Thatcher? I don't know that there is a real William Thatcher. That's what I was referencing before, was A Knight's Tale. Fior was an Italian longsword master who lived from 1350 to 1409. Okay, so that would be from the Fior manuscripts. Okay, I wasn't sure if we were talking about something else. Italian history is definitely rough for me. But I have seen the sketches for the sword fighting and everything. Again, I'm not a HEMA expert, but I've seen them when researching stuff for historical topics and videos and stuff. Alex Play says, I feel like the ChatGPT knight names are trickling through. Scala Gladiatoria channel mentions Fior quite often. Okay. That's probably where I've heard it most often. I've seen quite a few videos on Scala Gladiatoria. I feel like Metatron probably talks about him a lot too. Him being an Italian. Again, I'm not a HEMA guy. I like swords. I find them very interesting. I'm very interested in the history behind them. And sometimes I slice things with swords, just for fun. But I have not studied very much at all of HEMA from a practical sense. Redneck Zeus says, gotta go to work. Bye, y'all. See you later, Redneck Zeus. Thanks for sticking around as long as you did. Jean Cartier says, Shoemaker, a.k.a. Shoemaker. What if my surname comes from a biblical name? Makarios or Makarian. Likely it came much later, because surnames in general did not become popularized for the peasantry until, like I said, 1600s at the earliest, and biblical names would certainly fall under that if they were a surname. Either that, or if you're Hebrew, it would make sense, because they adopted surnames, especially biblical surnames, much earlier, but a lot of them would have been patronymic surnames. So, hard to track. UV says, wars in time of Rome had so many more soldiers. Not until the 18th century did Europe see such armies and such generals, even if they exaggerated the numbers. Oh yeah, ancient armies were massive. But it's another reason why they say ancient wars were so common, is because it was a great way to take care of a bunch of people. It was easier to constantly be at war than it was to constantly be at peace, because resources and, managing the bottom 3% of your population was difficult. But yes, you're correct. In terms of, at least based on the best records we have, because again, they happened so long ago, it's not possible to confirm it, but based on the information we have, ancient armies were much larger than medieval armies. How do you have so many carry weight? Well, what do we got? 235? I mean, we've gotten quite a few of the perks already. We've got our strength up to 25, and we have, is it Heracles? No, that's charisma. Strong as a bull. That one just gives us 20 extra pounds. Pack mule gives us 12 extra pounds. What's the one where it gives us... Well, hardworking lad gives us an extra 8 pounds. Strong as a bull? Nope, we already looked at that one. What's the one where it gives us the extra 1 carrying weight for every strength level or whatever it is? Take grip, wrestler. Or it might be thinking of a different one. But anyway, there's quite a few of them. And there's a... Not sure where it is. There's one that gives us 20 points off of the armor that's equipped on us. It's probably under strength. Or it gives us 20 pounds off of whatever we're wearing. I forget. There's a lot of perks. So that if that's what you're asking, that's how I get. That's how my carry weight is where it's at. Because, you know, with the right perks, you get more and certain things way less. Show us your stats. Which stats? Levels? This is my main level page. This is my secondary level page. Which one is under main level? The well-built, is that the one? Yes, that one gives us. So, as your strength increases, your carrying capacity increases. For each level of strength, you gain 12 points of carrying capacity instead of the usual 10. So that gives us an extra 2 for each one. What's the one where we get the 20 points or 20 pounds off of the armor that we're wearing? Look, England wants to know how much longer I'll stream today. Probably not crazy amounts longer. My kids will be home soon, so they're going to start making noise. They'll get home from school soon. I should take care of inventory management while we're at it, because I feel like I've started building up a certain amount of stuff that I should... Wait, do I have anything on my horse? I didn't pick up any level 3 stuff from that mission. That's wild. I could wait until night and then do a little bit of thievery. I know, right? They should show it on us. If we have a dagger equipped, you should be able to see it on Henry. I totally thought when I saw that they were introducing belts and stuff that we were going to actually be able to see the different weapons equipped. I was really bummed out when it turned out we couldn't. What would you say is the one area of history that is under-researched that you would like to know the most about? For me, it's the Germanic tribes under Arminius, because we all know from there is Roman. I mean, definitely. Loke England says, you have kids? Wow, yes, I have 3 children, in fact. Catherine also has a perk well-built, if you know what I mean. Yes, that's true. She definitely has that perk. As far as history that I wish was more well-researched, day-to-day life of the medieval period. That's the thing. That's what I was saying before, is like, we have great amounts of information about wars and specific battles and very high important individuals, people, you know, high-ranking members of the church, kings, certain members of the nobility. We've got great information about that, but what we don't have great information about for a lot of medieval history is day-to-day life. And so many people know so little about it, but think they know so much, that they're constantly spouting what could very easily be misinformation. Because we don't have nearly as much information about that as I would like us to have. If you mean a time period, I mean, best we could do would be anything, like I said, anything prior to Christianity. Because you don't, until nations start to adopt Christianity, you don't see very good recorded history from them. Because that's where all of our recorded history comes from. Because you had, like I said, you had monks who sat around all day. All they did was record history. Prior to that, a lot of it's spoken word, and that just turns into myth within a generation. So, yeah, like you said, anything prior to Roman conquest would be important, because the Romans were also much better at keeping records than many other ancient civilizations, especially, like you said, Germanic tribes. Norse people as well, because they have runes, and a lot of runes held up fairly well because they'd be carved into metal or wood or best of all stone. And so we get some of that, but it's also not super accurate if we actually can read all of them as well as we think we can. Because that's another historical topic that a lot of people think that most of these Norse runes are potentially being mistranslated. So we're not 100% sure. So yeah, I mean, if you're talking time period, that would be interesting. Any of your Germanic history from the ancient period up through till when, Saxons started adopting Christianity and we actually start getting a better record. That would be very interesting. But yeah, like I said, how did the average person live? What was everyday life like? That would be the most interesting thing. Fredster says, I want more documentation of the Eastern Front of World War I and Eastern European history in general before communism erased so much of it. And that's another problem. Like, right there, what you just said is, it's not just that we didn't start recording history very well until a certain point. It's that then we get to a point in history where a ton of European, especially Eastern European history, was intentionally erased. So a lot of that, again, we have sources for a lot of that history from outside of all your Eastern Bloc nations and stuff, but there was a concerted effort under the USSR to erase a big chunk of that. Not to mention China. We have it's funny, you Google, when was this invented? You're generally going to get an answer, oh, it was invented in China in such and such a year. But there's actually no secondary sources ever verifying any of that. It's all just according to China. So we don't actually know. Like, if you look up when was pizza invented, if you actually deep dive into that, most people would expect to find an answer that it was invented in, the late medieval period in Napoli or something like that. But if you Google it and find it, a lot of times you're going to find something that says, well, technically, the closest thing we could find to the origin of it was in China. They all claim that. So it's so hard to confirm any of that information from a historical point of view. Commander Jester de Jugla says, my last name, French meaning mountain, Montagne. Montan? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Chandler Tracy says, 12,600 years is considered for the Younger Dryas theory. Loke England says, bro, Henry pulls halberds out of his cheeks and puts them back there when you unequip them. Right! His prison wallet is well worked out. Yuvi says, even codification of the Jewish Bible excluded some records and contradicting records. It's why when we find anything before codification, we are excited about it. Yeah, from a historical point of view, that is always super exciting. Offensive to Metatron, China couldn't have invented pizza. No, but that's what I'm saying, is that that's why if you Google something and it says, like, when was this invented or who invented this or where was this invented, 90% of the time the answer you're going to get is China. But the problem is a lot of that information comes out from the time of Mao Zedong when they were like, we invented everything. Everything comes from China. So, is it true? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to confirm. Morgan says, in college in the medieval history class, the teacher also mentioned that regarding the Middle Ages, a lot of written sources were lost. Maybe up to 90% of them didn't survive. Oh, and that's true. And because you lived in such a turbulent time with lots of war and you didn't have an internet, you didn't have a bunch of redundancies. So even if you took a monastery like Lindisfarne, where they had tons of written sources, but it got sacked and burnt, and a lot of those sources were lost. And then those sources, if they were never copied initially and sent elsewhere, which a lot of times they were, but the ones that weren't, those are just lost now, unless the people can record it again within their lifetime. But it's not until the invention of the printing press where you start getting, multiple copies of pretty much every source that gets written. So, yeah, I would say up to 90% of all the information that was ever recorded during the medieval period being lost is an accurate number, because it was so easy to lose it. Yeah, China, I invented it. Trust me, bro. Yeah, their sources, just trust me, Montaigne would be how it's pronounced in English. Montaigne, if said in Spanish, maybe? I don't know. There's a whole technique of reading that was written on a scroll before they bleached and rewrote on it. Yeah, so when talking about history, that's why, yes, history is written by the victors is a well-known platitude, and it's true, because the survivor would be the one who could record history, because if you lose, you usually die, you know. But in that same sense, we can only know what we know about history based on how it was recorded. So skepticism is always good. Cynicism is almost never good. So that's another important thing to keep in mind. Would the world be more advanced today had the burning of Alexandria never happened? That's really hard to say. That was obviously a hell of a library, and people say that a lot of the knowledge that was lost could never be recovered or whatever. Hard to say. It's too far back in history. Too many monumental shifts and giant gains and losses of knowledge happened between then and now. I find it very unlikely that society would be very different at all. The real question is who invented China. The Ming Dynasty. I don't know offhand. Oh, if it was in French. Okay. History can be rewritten. History's rewritten all the time. Modern history is full of revisionism. If you look at any sources from the 1940s or 50s about World War II, you're going to see a very, very different retelling of history than you would if you look up sources now. And so there's going to be apologists that are going to say, well, yes, because at the time, that was propaganda. It was designed to drive a specific thing. But was it? Are you sure? Because if we say that history is written by the victors and it's being changed now, who are the victors? When were the victors? You know? Who gets to determine when the information becomes more accurate? If that makes any sense. Yes, as Shakespeare's buddy points out, before the printing press we had blacksmiths' sons posing as monks and transcribing books. How accurate do you think Henry was? Yeah. I mean, probably fairly obscure for an example there, but it's possible. As a German who has lived in England, I definitely agree. As a Yankee General Robert E. Lee was a far better strategist than General Grant. Both great men at the time, but it is so clear as day. Well, so here's a fun fact here. Civil War history is another area of interest that I've got, particularly for American history, just because it's a very turbulent period where we actually see a lot of things happen. So, and lots of it was very carefully recorded. Strategist versus tactician. That's an important topic when you talk about General Lee to Grant. Grant is often considered by military historians to be the first modern general. Because the Civil War, the American Civil War, is often considered the first modern war just because of the advances in technology. A lot of people would say, no, it's not until World War I because that's when we see the next really giant leap, because then we've got broad access to, you know, mechanized warfare and much faster machine guns. But the Gatling gun was introduced in the battlefield in the Civil War. And so we already have rapid fire, we have repeating rifles, we've got all that already by the Civil War. But General Grant, his style of warfare defines American warfare all the way up until, I mean, there's advances like, you know, the cover fire and overlapping fields of fire that we start seeing in the Mexican-American or the Spanish-American War, like the charge up San Juan Hill and things like that. That changes afterwards, but Grant sets the tone for modern warfare up until World War I. Like I said, with exceptions for technological improvements. Robert E. Lee gets a lot of credit for being this genius. But it's hard to argue. He had control of a very large army with the most veterans for his side of the war. The most experienced commanders underneath him and the most competent ones. He had incompetence as well, but you can see from the way that Grant can defeat Lee that whether or not Lee, I would say Lee was a better tactician than he was a strategist. Grant was a superior strategist. His big picture was the bulldog mentality. He bit and bit and bit until he could get a hold of you, and then he held on until he killed you, and that's modern warfare. It wasn't these big sweeping moves that win this giant battle and the battle wins the war. That's ancient warfare. Modern warfare is about tenacity, and that's something Lee couldn't respond to in the Civil War. There were multiple times where all Lee needed was tenacity and to take the bulldog approach, and he could have won the war early, or at least taken the capital. But he didn't, and that's the history that we've got about him, you know? Friendster says, I'd rather not speak about the American Civil War, to be honest. That country and its history is so polarized now that it's better to just shut up and observe rather than expressing your opinions. Definitely a very polarized nation, for sure. It's also easier history to talk about from a documentation point of view than what we were talking about, because it's much more recent. But I agree, we can move on. A lot of Northern generals didn't do jack before Grant. Oh, I mean, a lot of them made some really serious and stupid mistakes, so they did that. But where were we at? Well, we finished that mission. I guess we could read it. Oh, yeah, that's what we did. The whole reason I came over to this spot was so I could wait until night. Totally forgot about that. Now that we've gotten to the point where Gilles is here, we can do a little bit of sneaking and robbing. Alright, so let's save first thing. Then we'll eat some food, because, yep, look at that. Our food is already getting down. We'll start with our dog meat. Then some horse meat. And now we'll switch over to... Oh, that's right, we don't have the full stealth outfit anymore. Well, I guess we're going to be going in our armor. Did you rob another trader? No, we've made a lot of money in this stream so far. To the best of my knowledge, we have not robbed a trader because we haven't robbed any chests. Like, oh, well, not any chests in, like, shops. Because I feel like we robbed a chest to get some cobwebs and stuff. We've just been looting and selling. I don't know, because I was wondering, too, how we got so much frickin' money. To the best of my knowledge, we didn't. I might have to go back and look through the stream later to see if there was a point at which I accidentally robbed a trader. Yeah, no, we definitely have a lot of money. It's a little bit suspicious, but I haven't looked too deep into it. And if we do, then I'll have to figure out how much money I should have, you know, without it. It's possible that it's as simple as being 20,000 over stock. If we robbed a chest, then that's where we should be. We should be, you know, 20,000 less money, so I should have about 7. How advanced would the Czech Republic be if Henry didn't rob every book in existence in both games? Yeah, Henry is a menace in that regard. Definitely stealing knowledge for several generations. Okay, there's a very hard lock chest. We should pop our potions quick. We'll take a fox so we can get our extra XP, and we'll take a quick finger. Now let's hopefully not get caught. Because we're doing some high-level robbing here. If we get caught, we're going to be in trouble because it'll be a lot of money's worth. Yeah, see, we can get Gilles' armor out of here, as well as a bunch of other stuff. So we're going to go ahead and take all that. Got our thievery up to 24. Oh boy, he's making so much noise. We can get the rest of it out of this one. Yeah, look at that. I should probably also rob the people. Oh yeah, Vagan, you're making a... Like I said, that's a solid enough point, is the thing. People don't agree on modern history, so a lot of times when you're looking up ancient or even medieval history, it's so long ago that you have to know there's going to be some inaccuracy there, on average. Can I not pickpocket Guard Commander Tuma? I don't want to knock anyone out, because I'm way more likely to get caught if I do that. But I do want to check up here. So much easier to pickpocket them while they're asleep. Maybe Henry should open a library. I do like keeping the lore books. I usually will sell off the skill books after I've read them, because there's no reason to keep them. But I do like having all the lore books. Are any of these level 3? Okay, I'll take the level 3 ones. I hear someone walking upstairs and it's making me nervous. Like, in the game. I don't want to get caught. Mother knows best. Yeah, she does definitely throw around the whole bandit term fairly freely. Say, we'll go rob Gnarly's room as well. Get his stuff, and then we'll go up and rob the inner keep of the castle. If we can do it without getting caught. Okay, good. He's going down there. Because if we can do all that, we can get some fairly nice clothing. And then all we gotta do is keep it long enough until it's not stolen. The best spot to check inside these people's rooms is like the cabinets and stuff, because it's not where they keep their loot, but it's usually where you can get some clothing. So, you know, some nice level 3 stuff. People always ask, like, how could you get that in the first region of the game? I'm like, have you ever checked any of the many, many containers all around the map? Yeah, that's the hard part about stealing from the main keep area is that there's that guard right inside the door. I think I'm trying to remember how I handled him the last time I robbed the castle. I might have killed him. There, we leveled up our thievery again. We should probably take care of that. Inconspicuous. Picky a lock. That one helps. I like that one. Oh, did we level up stealth too? That might be the other one. Okay, we might have, but we don't have a perk point. I can't remember how I handled this guy. I think I might have, like, opened the door and then threw a stone and knocked him out. Fun fact, a lot of Asian desserts are influenced by the Portuguese. That is a fun fact. Do we have... Ooh, I can always read a lullaby potion recipe. All right. Don't have any poison. We're gonna do just a smidgen of murder, okay, guys? I promise, it's not gonna get out of control. Okay, you say, would you be okay with level scaling during boss fights like Ishvan and Zhishka? I would like that, yes. Because they're supposed to be significant story beats. I think it would be better if you couldn't power level through them. You know, because I want them to be significant. I want them to be meaningful. I could take a Nighthawk potion. Want to do that? You guys like how bright it is? People always say that in videos. They're like, you should take a Nighthawk potion. I'm like, it makes everything gold. But we took one. Or at least everything where there's fire. Alright. Yeah, if you master strike Zhishka in that mission, especially if your stats are anywhere near substantial, you take him out immediately, and you're always kind of like, oh, that was kind of a anticlimactic letdown. Smudge of murder. I'm not a serial killer. Ooh, he could rob Ludmilla. Hex yeah. She's losing all her stuff. Once we get into Trosky Castle, there's so much stuff to steal in there. Seamine's got some good stuff for the first region of the map, but obviously Trosky's got a lot better. Let's see what the Moravians have on them. As long as we don't get caught, because that would be a slight bummer. There's our Saint scapular thingy. There's Yurko. He's got some cheese keys and a little bit of Groshen. I mean, in one playthrough, I was definitely quite the serial killer. That one where I wiped out everyone in Kuttenberg. I made a video for it. That, by the way, took a really long time. But doing that got me a lot of stuff. That's why people will be like, where do I find this hood? And I genuinely wish I could remember where I found absolutely everything in the game. But it's impossible to remember. Apparently my Nighthawk potion doesn't give me any view up here. Okay, there's a guy sitting there. Oh, that's what's his name. Olda. Olda? Yeah, I think that's his name. Can I pickpocket him? I cannot. But I can steal his stuff. Embroidered coat. Hemmed hood. That's where you get the black and gold hemmed hood. He has Von Burgo's Night Shield. That's probably some sort of a tip. Alright, now let's see if we can escape the castle without getting caught. Because we did commit a smidgen of murder. Well, now that we have a mod where the traders actually have some available cash, yes, that makes crime pay. When the traders don't have any cash and you have to spend an in-game week running around slowly selling your loot one inventory at a time, that makes crime not really pay so much. So that's why in my initial 10 tips video or whatever I said crime doesn't pay. That would be the reason. Why aren't they waking up from the noise? I wasn't making any noise. I'm being so sneaky. But that should be all the valuable stuff. I mean, we could go rob the, the horse trader. I'll just have to make sure I don't take the Groshen, because there will be 20k Groshen in his chest. But we still haven't been caught. Then I'll be really over-encumbered. You're wearing plate armor. That is correct, I am wearing plate armor. That's why I tell people in the videos where they want to make these stealth outfits, I say, you don't need to make stealth outfits. You have to get your stealth skill up high enough. And then you have to, like, make sure your movements aren't jerky and you're not bumping against everything. I guess being over-encumbered helps because it makes you walk really slowly. Alright, there's our chest. Like I said, we can't just steal all this one because this will have the 20k Groshen in it. Yeah, see, look at that. Here's hired hand Franzi. Oh, got our vitality up again. Ooh, that made me nervous. Yes, as Weatherman says, if you have the... Oh, there's another one. Makes sense, that's where all their clothing is. As Weatherman says, if you have the... some of the plate armor with the padded perk can get really quiet. Wonder if Teresa knows Henry's and Trotsky. Yeah, I often wonder, like, did he say, hey, I'm going to do this, or did he just write out and leave? Alex Play says, why not take the 20k? Is it quest related or just risky? Because that's from a mod. I have a mod installed that gives the traders a bunch of extra money, so they actually have money available to purchase things from you when you want to sell it. But I don't want to go around robbing them all, because then I'm just going to get way too much money way too fast. Yes, Fredster, both paying the indulgence and doing a pilgrimage, they do the same thing. They improve your reputation with certain notables. It's not broad across the board, but if you have the, I believe it's the memorable skill or whatever, improving your reputation does spread farther and help you more. So that's what those are for. We're carrying a lot of weight right now. How much are we carrying? 780. That's actually not nearly as much as I've been over encumbered before. All right, vitality. Next to godliness gives us, says washing out a tub or pier or taking a bath in a bathhouse will cure 10 points of health. Plus, if you go to bed clean, you'll heal 25% faster. That's always useful. Oh, we'll start with next to godliness. I do bathe quite a bit in the game. Thievery, we leveled up again. We're getting there on thievery. Hidden pockets. Inconspicuousness. Hidden pockets. Yeah, I like hidden pockets. Alright, now we're just doing the old over-encumbered walk. Oh, if I stream for like 3 more minutes or whatever, I will be, I see, does it affect the dream sequence with parents in any way? I've read some articles about that and I'm not sure if it's true. I am not certain. I know that the main things that affect how your parents react are story beats. They're how you handle the, like, main people that you come up against, how if you treat them honorably or if you don't, and also the main events for, like, what you do at certain spots, so like Seamine and Malashov and stuff. If you steal stuff or whatever, your mom makes a comment no matter how much you steal. I remember when we opened that bag on our first day of this stream. Oh, Weatherman, that's interesting. He says, I think they patched it, but if you're actively bleeding onto your clothes, you could indefinitely wash yourself to full health. That's interesting. I've never tried that. We have a negative reputation in Seamine, Troskovitz, Apollonia, Takov. That's interesting. As far as I know, we have not been caught, so I don't know if we should have a negative reputation, but we do. But I... oh, excuse me. A little bit of a cough. I think that's where we're going to end it for today. I am fairly over-encumbered, but all I've got to do is, you know, get to my storage and store all this stuff. So we'll have to pick it up somewhere around here next time. But I want to get, yeah, apparently I'm very unpopular right now. I'll have to, yeah, the stream is being very weird, but it's also possibly because I'm super over-encumbered. But whatever it is, it's screwing me up. Plus, it's about time for me to get off. I have not eaten anything yet today, and my kids are, in fact, home. So, thanks everyone for tuning in. If you haven't already, please like the stream. It's always very helpful to do that. And of course, after I shut the stream down, I would not be angry if you left a comment on it, because it's always great for the interaction. But that's all for today. Thanks for tuning in. I will be for sure streaming on Wednesday. I might stream tomorrow, but probably not, because I'll be working on other stuff. But I will for sure stream on Wednesday, probably sometime around the same time. I might start an hour later and then go a little bit later into the afternoon. I haven't fully decided yet, but that's when it'll be. So, awesome. I'm glad you guys were able to hang out for a nice long time. I like these 5-hour streams. They definitely can be a little bit exhausting over time, especially for the voice, but they're a lot of fun to do, especially in hardcore mode because I love it so much. So that's all. We'll see you guys later. hope you enjoyed it.